Hello, everybody. I'm not quite done with the dinner creation. How's everyone? Just trying to sort out a gajillion and one things. Trying to make my travel plans because I will be doing some traveling late September, early October. I'll be all over Ontario and maybe even into Michigan. So yeah, but I gotta be careful for a variety of reasons. Number one, I really like working at home. I like my setup. Yeah, there are a few people I need to visit before the year ends, but yeah. Let's see what. Oh my lord. Oh, that's so cute. Good heavens. My cat boy is looking on, Epic. Big thumbs of approval from Nico on that one. Yeah. Party, I'm not sure. I'm gonna be frank. I'm not sure what is going on. Mom sent me some stuff and I was just like, I gotta figure this out soon. But I'll talk. Well, I gotta go away, Party, because the noodles aren't yet done because he has PC craft dinner bullshit. So I not only approve Epic, I am very thankful. Perfect inspiring material for my writing later. Hello, Miro and Ben and Sim and Epic and everyone else who might be in chat. Hello to my sister Party. Yeah, we can chat about it later. I'm low-key stewing about it, but I'm gonna just talk with my friend, and then once I settle that, I think everything will become clear. Just not like I'll probably, let's all be real, I'm going to be away from home for like 3 months. 3 weeks, maybe 4. So streaming will be really difficult. So we'll see how that will happen. Maybe not so difficult at Party's place, but more difficult at my parents'. So at least 1 week I'll be away. But anyway, I'm going to go and check on the noodles again and see how they're doing. Okay, I'm back. Oh, thank goodness. All right, let's see. I've lost a whole bunch of people just waiting for me here. Sorry, everyone. Oh, okay, we got some people in here. All right, not a complete epic fail. Yeah, so how's everyone? How was everyone's week? I kind of screwed over my sleep schedule slightly again. So I'm running right now on 5 hours of sleep. So I'll probably not be on super long, because there's a high probability that I will be more tired than usual. Thanks, everyone. So what are we going to be doing today? Well, I had a little commentary I wanted to make about a little clip of Rings of Power that I saw, and then maybe react to a couple videos. And then I thought for fun, we could do like a dungeon tier list for Final Fantasy XIV's A Realm Reborn. And listen to some of the music and talk about which dungeon is better. Get into arguments about that. But yeah. So how was everyone's weekend? Let's start there. Ring harder. Ring harder. Rings of Power Season 2 Ring harder. Yeah. So I know Party slept in today. Ben had a good work day. That's awesome. How about everyone else? A bunch of us are on North American time, so... Oh. Just finished WoW Expansion Store. I'm shocked at how streamlined it was and all the side quests where they bake the world building, so that's next for me. Oh, okay. So compared to Shadowlands and BFA, it's better. I also heard through some pipeline that there are more cutscenes with your character in the cutscene, which I think for me is a major issue. I've been procrastinating buying the WoW expansion. Why is that, Sim? Just dread? Why dread? Do you think the story is not going to be good, or just not to your taste? Or do you think it's going to just suck you in and destroy your life with the grind? I've been thinking about Dawntrail a lot, and I've been thinking about World of Warcraft storytelling a lot, and I've been thinking a lot about stories in video games. Just percolating, just thinking. I just can't take Preach's advice to forget everything of the past. Sim, I think I don't know if you watch Zaryu stuff, okay? I don't know if you watched Zaryu stuff, and I don't know if you watched, what's his face? Zaryu, so Zaryu Quinn. Okay, so there was So there have been a lot of streamers weighing in, right? So Quinn came out and was like, I hate it. And Asmongold reacted to Quinn. But I actually liked Zaryu's reaction to Quinn better. Because Zaryu really touched on the problem that was with Quinn's review of Dawntrail. War Within. And the issue that he wasn't throwing down with Quinn. Let's all be real here. Zaryu is a very grounded guy, it seems. I like him a lot. But he pointed out that all of the problems that Quinn talked about were absolutely 100% correct. But they weren't problems with War Within. They're problems with WoW as a game since like a long time ago, apparently. So, for example, apparently WoW is currently struggling with classes not feeling distinct enough, which, by the way, is a common complaint that people have with Final Fantasy XIV right now. So classes don't feel specialized enough. They don't feel separate enough, I guess. So Zaryu was agreeing with the PvP situation. He was agreeing with the class issue. He was agreeing with the leveling issue. He was agreeing with all of these, different issues. But Zaryu pointed out that a lot of Quinn's arguments had nothing to do with War Within specifically. And in fact, the only positive comments he had were for War Within, because he said the story was better than the 2 expansions that came before. So better than BFA, better than Shadowlands. Now, is it better than Cataclysm, or is it better than Wrath of the Lich King? No. But it's better than it's better than Dragonflight, even. And the thing that Zaryu said is that the things that Quinn wants changed, the things that Quinn wants to return to, will never come back. Like, there will always be a WoW token. There will always be cosmetics that are going to ruin immersive gear progression. There's always going to be dragon flying in all the zones, so on and so forth. And Zaryu said, basically, the game has changed. If you don't like the new game, you're going to have to let it go. And this kind of reminds me of musicians and artists and writers who start writing something different than what they're famous for. Like J.K. Rowling, for example, was world-renowned for writing Harry Potter. But what a lot of people don't know is that she wrote a secondary series, Robert Galbraith. And it wasn't very popular because the mystery niche is very competitive and very small compared to other bigger niches like romance. And only when was she revealed to be the author for this Galbraith series did the Galbraith series pop off. Now, there are many people who will never read her Robert Galbraith series because they don't like mystery, and they might view her broadening of her horizons, her interest in mystery, as being a betrayal of what they like. And I think Zaryu had a good point that you can't cry over spilt milk. You gotta let it go. But on the other hand, although I agree with him, I still feel like it's okay for WoW players like Sim and Quinn to be upset. Like, I don't think they shouldn't feel upset. They should feel like they're mourning the death of their favorite thing. They should feel like it's not the same thing that it was before. And people who feel like that shouldn't be silenced just because everyone else is having fun. Those people can come out and say, you know what, I'm not having fun. This isn't what I wanted out of WoW. So. They added a sit and listen thing to their story. When you click it after a quest, you'll see extended dialogue that is character and emotion based. That sounds good to me, Epic. Honestly, that sounds like an improvement. The video Preach made was abysmal. Why? I haven't seen it, but why? Problems with WoW as a game is something developers were talking about a lot in recent interviews. A lot of re-examining the whole we do it this way because it was always done this way. Yeah, but here's the problem, Epic. It doesn't matter if the changes are air quote for the greater good to get money from the max amount of players. The players who, like Mirokos, apparently, I'm guessing Ben, even if... Wait a minute, why is Ben saying that Preach's video was abysmal? Wait, Ben never played WoW. I'm confused. How's Labor Day weekend going? Well, actually don't have the weekend off, like others, because I work for Chinese people and they don't care about Canadian holidays. So I have to work on Monday night, but I might hang out with Party during the day in Final Fantasy XIV. Worried about my attitude poisoning my expectations. Well, the good news, Sim, is that generally speaking, you can regulate your attitude. Generally speaking. A lot of people can fool themselves into feeling a certain way if they want to. So it's really about your willpower. If you want to go in feeling negative, you will feel negative. If you want to go in feeling positive, you will feel positive. So literally mind over matter. I DM'd you on Discord? Okay. I gotta find out. Let's see. You called anyone who used the word woke or acronym DEI. You are a racist? What a clown. I unsubbed. I don't know if I'd unsub him over just that, but okay. Was the new expansion full of DEI and woke stuff? Shay, have you played the War Within? Is it full of woke and DEI stuff? The thing with War Within is there simply hasn't been doomer talk about any mechanics. For example, Covenant was a mechanic that had a lot of doomer talk about it. But yeah, discourse is interesting. He's also censoring his comment section. Oh, that's a shame. That's not great. Well, I bet he's not personally censoring it. I bet his team is. But yes, I get what you mean. He's also from the UK. I don't want to slight anybody who might be from England in chat, but Europe is pretty, Western Europe, I should say, is fairly woke. Like, it's not less woke than North America. There was a black character. Does that count as DEI? It does if they put it in just for it. Motivation matters. Shay is saying that it is more woke. Tokenization is not the same as diversity. Yeah, that I would say that. True. There's a single character in particular, War Within, causing a lot of drama. Okay. See you later, Ben. Good luck out there. There's a single character. That sounds like Dawn Trail. I'm not going to lie, Shay. That sounds like Dawn Trail. Leo, we're talking about the new World of Warcraft expansion that is apparently extremely woke in DEI. A female archer dude from Rings of Power. Oh. Akalon is someone I rely on for pointing out if something is woke. Well, here's the thing, Epic, okay? How can I say this? I trust no one. Not even my beloved chat. I don't trust my parents. I don't trust chat. I don't trust my pastor. I don't trust anyone on this planet. I don't even trust myself. But one thing... well, you better start, Sim, or you'll always be on the outside, never playing War Within. But one thing I will say, okay, there's two sides to this argument. There's one side that is liberal, and these are not even woke people. These are just liberals who want to believe things aren't as bad as they are. And even if something is really skewed in the narrative, they'll be like, la, 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 this is fine, this is fine. And they won't admit something is as bad as it is. Because admitting it would mean to give the naysayers a foothold. But on the other hand, there are the people who are conservatives, even centrist conservatives, who, as soon as they see anything that doesn't seem right to them, they'll jump at shadows and start labeling everything, and it's just really stupid. So, yeah. She's a half-elf, horribly scarred, disabled, has unrealistic weaponry, is riding unreasonably close to the main NPC characters, is getting away with things she shouldn't be, has inconsistent story, also black, so the other side is raging at every criticism against her. She's not every one of those woke characters. She's definitely a DEI insert and wasn't done justice as more than that insert. I'm going to call her an anti-Sue. Oh, wow. Well, Shay, that sounds like a very specific description of a character. Yeah, I would totally want to ask Akalon what he thinks about her. Absolutely. But I don't know if Akalon is busy. I just know that if you set your mind on finding something, you will find evidence for it every time. Yes, Epic, that's what I'm saying. There are people who are jumping at shadows. But, Epic, you are on the other side of that little aisle. Okay? Even if you're very reasonable, there are people who are pretending like this character isn't existing. Shay has just described a very concerning character, Epic. And you did not mention that character. So it took Shay to point it out. Now, I'm not sure where Shay is on any side of the aisle. But what I mean to say is, yes, there are people jumping at shadows for sure. But at the same point in time, there are a lot of people who might be sweeping it under the rug. He's been streaming The War Within. Yeah, is he still on Twitch? Maybe I should hop on there one morning. I don't think it's just that the character is black, Epic. I think it's also the disabling, it's the horrible scarring, it's the riding unreasonably close to the main NPC characters, it's getting away with things that they shouldn't be, it's their inconsistent story, it's the fact that she feels tokenized and is an insert. It's not the fact that they are black. It's all of the other things that are on top of. Why point out their skin color? Because the libs are using the skin color as a shield, obviously. Yeah. Obviously, the skin color is being pointed out by the liberals as a shield, being like, well, you can't say negative things about her because she's black. But once again, I've not experienced the story for myself. So I have to take everything here with a grain of salt. But if people are being labeled racist for having criticisms about a character, not that they're black, but because the character is poorly written, then we got a problem. Canonically, in Warcraft, high elves and blood elves were white-skinned due to exposure of the light of the sun. I did not know that. Well, once again, Epic, I'm not sure for myself. But let's say this, Epic. You wrote, none of that was felt by me. And that's exactly the problem that I'm saying here. You have some people on one side, some people on the other side, who feel certain things. But how much of that is real? I don't know. I'm not part of it. For example, let's talk about something I do know about, Dawntrail. So far, what I've played of it. There are a lot of people who were like, oh my gosh, we got this female girl. She has these brothers. She's going to get in charge. OMG, she's voiced by a trans person. OMG, woke Lamont. Now, I've been playing the game, and I don't think she's woke at all. But you could see why some people on the right would start losing their marbles. They shouldn't, but they did. And there are many things that we can critique the story of Dawntrail for. There are quite a few things. But Wuklamat, like in terms of her character, how it was, like her character archetype, there's nothing wrong with her character archetype. It's how her character was written. It's how the words come out of her mouth. It's how the pacing of the story happened. It's not the archetype of the character itself that is the problem. And so you have a lot of people on the right freaking out unnecessarily. And then you have these people here. Here. Guess what's happening, chat? I'm going to do this. Where's my glove? So we got, let's put a spectrum here. We're going to go like this. Okay, and then we're going to go centrist. By the way, I think the centrist groups are probably the most. So we'll actually go like this. I might even pull it closer like that. And then we'll go like this. And then we'll go like this. Okay, so what am I drawing here? Good question. We're going to put down here crazy right people. Put down here crazy left people. Then we're going to go right. Then we're going to go left. Okay. Then everything in here is what we will call the center. Center. And these people in the center, when it comes to their entertainment having bullshit in it, they don't care. They don't even notice. Their brains are turned off. They're just consuming. They're pay pigs. They're sheeple. Now, these people who are still centrist, they're still in the center, but they're leaning toward the left, we will have these people over here. We'll say they are championing Wuklamat and Dawn Trail. Over here, we'll say holding critiques of Wooklamot and Dawn Trail. And over here, seeing DEI everywhere. This is the crazies. This is the people who think Wooklamot. And then over here, see no celebrating DEI as they see it. Now, this is my thing. This is what I'm going to try to say here. Okay? When it comes to Wooklamot, there are very real critiques about Dawn Trail that need to be made. But the truth is that sometimes even people like myself who have genuine critiques get labeled as racists or transphobes or something because we have those critiques. So someone like Shay, for example, who has a critique of a character could be attacked by these people and by these people because they'll be like, oh no, the character's black. So, you know, if you say anything and you critique how the character was made, then, you know, you're a racist. At the same point in time, if some of these people here say, hey, you know what? I really enjoyed this. This felt right to me. This felt good. I had fun. I had fun. These people over here will also attack. And these people here will literally make up shit because they don't like other things going on in society. They're literally have mental PTSD. Also, these people over here. And they're literally jumping at shadows. They're literally making things up on this side of the equation. Oh my gosh. Main character is female. Fail. It's like, no, stop it. But we can look at these side right and left people and we can go, oh yeah, this is crazy. This is crazy behavior. The problem is when these two groups here, who should have their heads screwed on straight, are accusing each other of being racist or sheeple or something else. I don't care if there's black elves, but that background was correct and changed by Blizz because it became unpopular. I cared that they invented an entire race to justify this character. Yeah. She belongs to an ancient empire they resurrected for no good reason, who for some reason have been in hiding and freely bred with elves. Huge no-no in the game's story historically. And, well, stuff. Wow. So either this story is very clear, or judging by the way Shay and Epic are disagreeing over facts, the story is shittily told. Sim is now freaking out. Just go in with as open a mind as you can, Sim, and just see what happens, and then make your own decisions. Resurrecting the Arathi Empire is an absolute inane move. Making her share the surname, if not actual relations with... No, she's a terrible character of a terrible background, a terrible race created by a terrible story. I don't mean black when I say race. I mean this reinvention of the Arath. Ben has returned. Yeah, none of that sounds like a structured reason to explain how a character is forced. It's just you being upset about a name. Epic, I think Shay is upset about the fact that everything leading up to this character appears contrived and is breaking lore. Consumer pigs, he just like me for real, playing WoW for years despite hating it. Oi, oi, oi. Hey, Curb. Sheriff has come into town. When people on the extreme ends don't have valid response to criticisms, they just label you. It's your gerb. Is it your gerb, Wooly? Hello, Wooly. Hello, Curb. Hello, Jungle. We're in a hot thing here. But my point is, I can't talk about War Within, okay? I can't talk about War Within. But I can talk about something like Dawn Trail without going into spoilers because Party hasn't played it. And all I will say is that there are justifiable critiques that are labeled as being istophobe / racist. And there are also people on certain edge groups making ridiculous claims as well. And everything like that needs to really be called out. This shouldn't even be happening. Being on either extreme is extremely gay. I don't even know why you would want to be in those groups, but yeah, I guess some people feel comfortable there. They put a bunch of special bells and whistles on her to try and make the audience care about her. Clumsy handling created a political conflict in the fan base. Wow, that's fantastic. Hasn't been told yet. The Arathi in Hallowfall and the old Arathi aren't necessarily the same. That's an assumption. A pox on both sides. Reject false binaries. Embrace reactionary accelerationism. There's tons of history behind the original empire. It spawned all of the human empires in its fall. Okay. So, well, we'll let Shay and Epic duel it out. I'm sure our community's 2 WoW lore heads can figure out what's going on. All I can say is if there's this much question marks around this lore, what are they doing over there? What are they literally what are they doing in that game? Like, how is this up in the air? How is maybe they're doing like a mystery, like they want people to want to know more about which empire or which race has been brought back or whatever is happening here. We'll just have to wait. Yeah, maybe just wait until the end, everyone. Wait until the end and weigh in then. Wait until the end and weigh in then. See, and this is what's really making me sad. So let's pretend that tomorrow I decide to throw away 70, 80 Canadian dollars, okay? Let's pretend I decide to throw it away, get the expansion, log in, start playing War Within. I don't even think I would understand what Shay is talking about like concerns that lore people might have. Like, clearly there are questions, and those questions would not be apparent to me if I was just walking into War Within. But if you've been hanging around World of Warcraft long enough, you have come away with certain assumptions. I would never recommend this expansion to any new player for tons of other reasons besides these matters. Well, and this is where I really liked Zaryu's, going back to Zaryu. I really liked Zaryu's response to Quinn, because Quinn had a huge list of reasons why he doesn't want to play World of Warcraft. And Zaryu pointed out, like, this is a World of Warcraft problem, not a necessarily War Within. But maybe Shay could tell me in Discord all of the other issues that are within War Within. Yeah, I want to wait and see what Akalon says. I am very curious what his final takeaway will be. Maybe I will hop into one of his Twitch streams and ask, and see how he weighs in. Because I will say, like, I'm not someone who's played War Within, but I can definitely see people on the right jumping at shadows. Absolutely. But I can also see these people here calling these people racists for having legitimate critiques of a character or how a character is told. And this is a problem as well. We can look at the right and we can go, hey, that's dick behavior. But we also need to look at this and be like, if you can't take critique and you accuse everyone who's critiquing a character of being racist, that is a dick move. Get out of here. Like, if someone came to me and was like, you can't critique Dawn Trail because you're a racist if you critique it, get out of here. If I enjoy Dawn Trail, I enjoy Dawn Trail. If I think Dawn Trail has some problems, I'm going to say what those problems are. And you can't come to me and go, well, I feel like, I had fun. Well, you had fun, but that doesn't mean it's good. We can all like trash. I was reading trash last night. That's what kept me up until 6 a.m. But don't get me wrong. It's trash. Right? Let's not get this twisted. Right? Imagine if someone came to me and said, hey, that stuff you're reading is really trashy. And I said, how dare you? Are you an istophobe? Like, stop it, right? Yeah, Ben, I'm running on about 4.5 hours of sleep. So this may not be a long stream. Also, I want to apologize in advance to stream. I don't have a ukulele. So I can't sing my apology for you. But if my filter comes off, if I come off as a bit strong and intense, I apologize. I'm just kind of tired. So I'm just... But this is what I'm saying. We can have critiques of something and say it could have been done better without throwing at each other all kinds of accusations. We could just say, hey, it might have been enjoyable for some people. That doesn't mean it was good. Let's see. WoW has never been more casual friendly. Oh, that's cool to know. Wooly is calling it a California corporation. When BFA had that gay storyline, I agreed with the anti-workers that was a forced storyline to have an MSQ. I'm not one-track mind on these things. Well, that's good, Epic. That's great. But you can see how some people are Epic. That's the problem. So did Faerun run away from home to escape her family, or does she dearly miss her family? Or is she a habitual liar? Never mind everything else about her. She's inconsistently written. Well, maybe it's the writer's fault. What trash are you reading? It was only partially your fault, Ben. Yeah, I went and laid down in bed. I tried to go to sleep, and then it was just like, nah, it's not gonna happen. So I was like, screwball. I'll just do some reading. But anyway, all of this to say, I think it's a bad time when people who have legitimate critiques aren't allowed to make legitimate critiques. I can't talk about WoW per se, because I don't know. But I did find it interesting how Zaryu said, if you liked old WoW is gone. It's dead. If you like new WoW, if you're open to playing a new kind of game, then you'll love it. So that just happens sometimes. Sometimes the thing that you love, you just got to move on, you know? So people would say, I never touched old WoW. Oh, okay. I'm not sure, Epic. But speaking of Zaryu, has everyone seen this little short from Zaryu? Oh my gosh, I prepped it because I love it. So apparently, Zaryu is being attacked. I don't know why. I think it's by a rogue. And the person called Rhonda is a mom. So she's, I guess, leveling with I don't know. I guess her husband is a WoW player. Where's her husband? Why is her husband not protecting her? I don't know. She's out questing, and Zaryu saves her. So this is so cool. I love Zaryu.
Level 44 Rhonda.
Sorry, I'm kind of new. My husband's trying to teach me to play. What a Chad. What a Chad husband. So, okay, now.
Sorry, I'm kind of new. My husband trying to teach me to play smiley face. Rhonda, watch out! Holy crap! Run! Don't look back! Rogue is around here somewhere. Knew it! Knew it! Rhonda, no! Oh! Oh my, we just saved Rhonda's life. Holy crap. My cheeks tighten on that. Whoa, whoa, Rhonda, whoa. Whoa.
Is that so amazing? I guess what I really liked about this, finishing off the rogue, that was husband grabbing the keyboard, by the way, finishing off the rogue, had to be. What I thought what I really liked about it was that Zaryu was not only was Zaryu helping her out, not only was he helping her out, but Zaryu was also like dialoguing with her while he's PvPing. That's like a whole other level. It's so cool. I love Zaryu. He is so fantastic. And it also shows you that like MMO players can be very helpful. Now, my question is, why is she PvPing? Like, what is with that? Who's putting a new player in a PvP realm? I'm assuming it must be a PvP realm. It's faster leveling by a lot. Well, your own funeral, I guess. Just really, really terrible. Really, really terrible. And speaking of something, speaking of forced diversity, speaking of extreme cringe, check this clip out here. Rings of Power just pissed everyone off. Check this out. It's a mode. There's no realm anymore. It's a mode you pick, and they incentivize it with bonus XP. You can turn it on and off in capital cities. Yeah, I'd have that permanently off. Holy crap. I'd be like, yeah, excuse me while I just normally grind. But I guess from what I understand in WoW, you just race to endgame. I guess you just race and race to endgame. It doesn't really, yeah. And I suppose you wouldn't be punished for dying. It's not like you would lose your XP. Anyway, speaking of Rings of Power,
depicted as loving husbands and protective fathers who don't want to go to war. What even is this show? I saw this.
This is a real scene in an unfortunately very real show.
We are safe here. We have a home. Must we go to war again?
Trust me, my son, when I tell you that we will never truly be safe until we've made certain Sauron is no more.
As you will it, Lord Father.
Tolkien Tolkien wrote the orcs as a malevolent goblin race, males only, wholly evil. Woke shitlib writers in 2024 want you to feel bad for them, though. I'm gonna be totally honest, I agree with them. Remember what I said before about how I was concerned about that War of the Rohirrim anime not being able to adhere to the virtue of Tolkien and like the inherent virtue of his work? I feel like this is another great example of that. It's another example of a person who thinks that they understand the world better than, like, because you have to remember, like, Tolkien was a fucking soldier in World War I, and these people think that they can understand morality and add a shade of it that Tolkien couldn't see in his own life. It's unbelievable. They fundamentally don't understand Lord of the Rings. This is what worries me whenever I see a new Lord of the Rings show. They successfully have made it theirs. An orc family. It's just sad. It really is just sad.
Okay, so what I wanted to
Or want you to feel bad.
talk about is this one line, though. I did some research. Tolkien actually went back and forth on where orcs came from and whether there were females. Personally, I always thought that the first run of orcs might have been like largely male, maybe, over time. What we do know for sure is that while there might have been females, how can I say this? There wouldn't be this. This wouldn't be happening. In my head, if there was orc females, it would literally be like coyotes or cats or animals. The guys would come in, pin down a woman, impregnate her, and leave. And the children would just be running like rats everywhere. Like there would be no, like beyond like a certain year, there wouldn't even be a familiar tie between the mother and her child. What is happening? I don't know, party. I don't know. Not buying it. I interpreted the scene as the orcs being unwilling to go to war under an established structure. Can you explain that, Arm? If this is Tolkien, if he was a moral relativist? Here's the thing, okay? If orcs are supposed to literally be a physical embodiment of unadulterated evil. Now, you might want to ask, well, doesn't that make Tolkien a shitty writer then? Well, the answer is no, because he actually had characters who were completely diverse, who had that kind of moral thing that some people look for, right? Like the whole, like they have like depth and complexity, and they are broken inside, or what have you. And I don't think, for me anyway, I don't think it's as simple to say, oh, Tolkien didn't understand how to build this or that. I think he absolutely did. So for example, here, if we have yet another spectrum, we'll put center here, we'll put evil here, and then we'll put good here. I think the unadulterated evil, which would be Melkor, in my opinion, Melkor would go way over here. Sauron would go here. Sauron actually, according to one of his appendice things, Sauron had a choice, and he was scared and prideful, and then he became, like, once he made that choice, he never turned back. And then we'll put all of his minions down here, minions and orcs. So, like, once they make a choice, it's done. Then here we will have the shades of gray. And in here, we have characters like Denethor. We have over here in between Saruman. We have closer to the middle would be Boromir. Right? Over here would be Wormtongue. Another, I'm trying to think of another over here for good. We'd probably have Eru. And then we would have Manwë and the Unfallen Valar. Now, even the Unfallen Valar, though, had issues. Like, for example, Aule, I think, was more complex because he actually disobeyed Eru and made dwarves outside of the mandate. And then we have people over here who let's just say, also we could put in elves in general. Elves in general span a whole range. Like Fëanor, for example, was a dick. We have Galadriel here, who I think is more complex than most people would give her credit for. We have Thranduil, who is, well, in the book, he was, how to say it, he was an isolationist, and he desired the jewels that were under the kingdom. And then we have over here, like in here, we have Turin, Hurin, all of these things, right? Where do we put Smeagol? Smeagol is more evil. Yeah, we'll put him in here. Smeagol. Helpful, but still bad. And then, Frodo actually super failed. So let's put Frodo over here. Frodo super failed, right? Sam is good-hearted. Generally speaking, I think he's over here. Gandalf. Gandalf is sharp of tongue. He's a bit Radagast. I think Radagast failed on some levels. But the blue mages as well. Yeah. Thranduil was arrogant. Yeah, he was. I do agree the writers were too cowardly to depict orcs too harshly. Yeah. Locusts from Gears of War work that way? Do they? I have never played Gears of War Epic, so I don't know. I don't know much. Saruman was that, wasn't he? Same for Boromir. Saruman and Boromir, in my opinion, are extremely... Actually, Denethor is very complex. I think Boromir is very complex. We have Theoden, who is extremely complex. In fact, if you look at some of the old ideas that Tolkien had for Galadriel, extremely complex. But what I'm trying to say is we have in Tolkien's work a range of complexity. We don't need orcs to be... We don't need orcs to be complex. Orcs and Manwë and the Valar and even Aule, these over here and these over here represent cosmic evil and cosmic good. They're literal embodiments or personifications of forces, of an idea, of a standard. They are representation of a standard. They're not actually characters. Everything in these boxes are what we call archetypes. In fact, I would put in here eagles. The eagles are an archetype of God's provision. So these are archetypes. They're not even characters. They should not even have personalities. I wonder if they're going to stick with their 5-season plan. If they do, it's going to be a wonderful trash fire. Well, let me think. Weren't there talking and sentient orcs in the original trilogy? Was a scene like that in the books where the orcs and goblins had societies? The goblins have underground stuff, and the orcs and the Uruk-hai had a talking scene, epic. And the Uruk-hai are not to be confused with orcs or goblins. Orcs and goblins have a more, there's a hierarchy for sure, but they're more rabid. And they're single-minded, and they don't sit around thinking. And the Uruk-hai are a cross between humans and orcs, right? They're a genetic creation. They have a bit more will, but they are still, because of their connection to the orcs, they are still tied to a singular mind. They are still tied to a singular mind. Did they even research, or did they ignore it to have it in there? I think they're lazy. Orcs typically formed loose war clans that pillaged and formed under the strongest orcs, then fighting in an organized from goes against their nature. With that context, the scene makes sense. The scene makes sense in terms of an orc questioning authority. The scene does not make sense in terms of the orc patting his baby on the head and giving his wife a loving side hug. The scene makes sense with the orc going, well, I don't want to do this. Maybe. I could see it, like, if I squint my eyes. The scene does not make sense to show him in a loving family relationship. That is absolute, utter tripe. They couldn't even do that. Yeah, I wonder, like, are they clueless or, like, what? I think they're lazy. It's common practice to tell your crew not to look at pre-existing work, unfortunately. Maybe because they're afraid of biases or, like, accidentally sticking stuff in that they don't own. Radagast was an epic fail. The Blue Wizards are up in the air since their lore is inconsistent. Yeah. I hope things resolve, Shay. First off, you need to make sure none of the previous IP owners can see your current work, and then it's downhill from there. It's like saying we need zombies to be complex. Even Tolkien struggled greatly with the morality of orcs outside of written literature. I wouldn't say it's as simple as orcs bad. I would. Yeah, I would. I would. Here, I'll pull some stuff up. I've started my research into it. I don't have all of the books. I have the Silmarillion. I have a couple. I don't have a lot. So I took a look here. So I wanted to first find out, do orcs multiply by normal reproduction, or are they spawned from dirt like in the movies? So this is what I believe Frodo says. No, they eat and drink, Sam. The shadow that bred them can only mock it. It cannot make. Not real new things of its own. I don't think it gave life to the orcs. It only ruined them and twisted them. And if they're to live at all, they have to live like other living creatures. So this is Frodo talking, if I recall correctly. And it fits in with Lord of the Rings and the Silmarillion. So if we read what Frodo is saying as true, then orcs don't have, if there are orc females, they're not reproducing with males, they're sterile. And then this person's making some theories about how it's stuff. But this is where it gets juicy. So we have Morgoth's ring, Annals of Aman. Then we have a quote from the Silmarillion. And then we have a quote from the Munbi letter, aka 1963. So in here it says, thus did Melkor breed the hideous race of the Orcor in envy and mockery of the Eldar, of whom they were afterwards the bitterest foes. For the Orkers had life and multiplied after the manner of the children of Iluvatar, and not that had life of its own, nor the semblance thereof, could ever Melkor make, since his rebellion in Ainulindale before the beginning, so say the wise. So from this, we know that they were bred. So there was some sort of genetic material happening. And thus did Melkor breed the hideous race of orcs in envy and mockery of the elves, of whom there were afterwards the bitterest foes, for the orcs had life and multiplied after the manner of the children of Iluvatar. So there may have been some form of genetic material exchange. And then Tolkien talking in a letter. There must have been orc women, but in stories that seldom, if ever, see the orcs except as soldiers of armies in the service of evil lords, we naturally would not learn much about their lives. Not much was known. And this person says, we don't know much about orcs and their society. Tolkien changed his mind numerous times about their origin. One of his earliest versions is they came from stone and were created by Melkor, which is where Jackson got inspired with the pits. Later versions have them as corrupted elves and or men, but Tolkien wasn't really happy with either, as far as I know. It's interesting because on a public mind level, orcs have been humanized more and more ever since Mop. Not saying because of Mop, using it as a time reference for when I started noticing it. Yeah, that's an interesting observation, Epic. Yeah, it could be. Orcs are bad. Wait a minute. Arm actually thinks this is a good idea? What? Nah. No. No. Now. Look, okay? I'm not saying that orcs as a creation that other people can write about can't have variety of morality and have their own being, okay? And I'm not suggesting that all orcs were completely mindless. But I think for me, given that Tolkien's work is linked to mythology, I think for me, having a modern take on an orc family is materialist modernist supremacy. It is the appropriation of mythical archetypes. It's lazy writing. It's stupid, and it's not necessary. If you want to write a story or have a TV show about morally divided orcs and talk about morality in gray, like the gray zone of morality, I think you should feel free to go and do that. But I think within Tolkien's works, there is something very helpful to be learned about the cosmos from having non-morally gray orcs. To take that chance and that opportunity away is a real shame. A real shame. This to me is cringe. This is super cringe. This is lazy. This is I can't even. For any other IP, maybe, right? I'm even okay with zombies having personalities. I'm okay with vampires having complexity stuff, but some zombie stories, some vampire stories shouldn't have it. if it's not the point of the story, then don't put it in there. Warcraft started humanizing orcs in Warcraft 3. In D&D, it was a major shift, asserting that orcs and drow are evil because of their generations of culture and not their genetics. Well, I'm sure it helped like loosen up roleplay opportunities, right, Epic? Like Barbie? Yeah, maybe. I never saw the Barbie movie. I think Arm is too embarrassed to tell us he likes Rings of Power, but it's okay if you do. Yeah, Arm, if you enjoy Rings of Power, more power to you, I guess. But just because you enjoy something doesn't mean it's good. I don't think this is good. With Tolkien orcs, I can see a family movement as being wrong. But with WoW, people loved watching Saurfang grieve for a son. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Epic. I think there are absolutely IPs where you can talk about different representations of this kind of a race. But for Silmarillion? Oh, what they're doing to Barbie dolls in general? Oh, good point, Shay. Yeah, good point. You have DMs who would force you to roleplay an evil orc, so changing this in the lore mattered for the game. Well, it also sounds like a DM problem as well. They did this to many works. The bad guys are just misunderstood. Yeah. Once again, I am all for having complex villains, okay? I love me a good complex villain. But for me, the point of Tolkien has never been to be a modern story. It is a fantasy story with strong archetypes, strong Jungian archetypes. And to remove those archetypes is to remove the ability to say something meaningful about cosmology, about reality in general. To make everything gray here and here is to remove a discussion that we need to have right now in society about what is right and what is wrong. And you might think to yourself, well, that should be obvious to everyone. Everyone should know. No, it's not. Because we are having a lot of people right now in society coming out who are genuinely creepy and are like, oh, I'm just misunderstood. I'm just a map. And it's like, what are you doing? So this is why I'm saying if you're writing a modern story, if you're working within a modern IP like D&D, like WoW or whatever, go with God. Good luck out there. But for me, I think some IPs should retain that integrity to make a point about reality and morality. And if you as a writer cannot leave one IP alone, just leave it alone. Like just you can have your Games of Thrones and you can have your House of Dragons, you can have your Wheel of Time, you can have your Witcher, you can have all these other shows doing lots of things about, mixed complex morality. We can't have one show that's just like, oh yeah, the bad guys are bad and the good guys are good. And there's a bunch of guys in the middle who will bounce back and forth. Like we can't have one TV show out there. It's the Faramir moment from where it reflects on the dead soldier original to the books. I don't remember reading that particular scene, but it felt okay. This did not feel okay. I think the reason why it felt okay with Faramir is because even though they transformed Faramir's decision-making course in order to create room in the plot for Two Towers, even though they did that with Faramir, they didn't take away the essence of Faramir's character, which was that he was essentially a scholar and a quieter, more introspective man. He was not shaping up to be like Boromir. He was never good enough. And when you watch the extended scenes, I feel like they really explained how Faramir was different. Faramir was closer to Gandalf. Faramir was more introverted. He was more introspective. He was more thoughtful. He was more retiring. He wasn't as charismatic. So there's a definite divide between Faramir and Boromir. So even though Faramir was diverted temporarily for the sake of plot in the films, his speech about the Easterling was true to the essence of his character, which is that of introspection and perspective. But, and we need to be very clear about this, he was talking about an Easterling. He was not talking about an orc. And Easterlings are completely different. Easterlings are humans. Or it was a Southron. It could have been a Southron, but I think it was an Easterling. And Easterlings are not all evil. If I recall correctly. I believe, was it the Southrons or was it the Easterlings? Tolkien on the Easterlings. If I recall correctly, they were not all of them. Oh my gosh. I'm going to have to dig out more. Obviously, I'm going to have to go down this rabbit hole. So I'm pretty sure at one point in one of his letters or something, he said that the peoples of the East and the South were divided, and that the people who joined with Sauron don't represent the entirety of their group. Writers identify more with the bad guys. It seems that way, Karn. There are things I would more than allow for D&D that wouldn't for something like Tolkien. Tolkien should be on Shakespeare's level, where we have movies competing to be more accurate than last. Yeah, I agree, Epic. Yeah, absolutely. So Haradrim, right? I'm not good on where each battle kingdom was. Exactly, yeah. So I'll have to do more digging. I recall at one point reading an excerpt from Tolkien where he was basically saying the Haradrim and everything are not, they're not representative of their entire race. They represent a faction of them. And so the Haradrim and the Easterling are different. So when Faramir was talking about the Easterling, he was talking about another human being. He was not talking about an orc. He wasn't humanizing an orc. I just feel like this is super lame and cringe. I just feel like it's super lame and cringe. Like, I don't know how this happened, but it did. Yeah. But here we go. Yeah. Now, I just want to quickly watch this. This is something that was recommended by, let's see who recommended this. It was by Takumo. And this is Christina Hoff Sommers explains why boys are falling behind. So we're going to just take a look. This is apparently 4 days ago. But I'm going to just say that this is not a new conversation. This is something that has been around for a while. Okay. Takumo is Leo. And so let's see if this guy can bring anything new to the table, if Christina Hoff Sommers herself has explained something new. Let's find out. But I'm curious to see what this guy is going to report on, because this is something that Christina Hoff Sommers has been saying since, I think, the 80s. So let's find out.
So male teachers are just disappearing. Increasingly, it's a female environment. I even once had a superintendent of schools in the Detroit area call me and say that most of her teachers, she was talking about elementary school classrooms, but she said the classrooms are so girly and flowery, and she sort of wondered if boys feel like they don't really belong there. You know, couldn't she do something? And they were asking me about, you know, how they could change the classroom. But and I think any good teacher, you know, might have that instinct, but that's not something that will be supported in the literature. It won't be supported in the schools of education. That boys and girls, you know, might prefer. You know, it might be better if you had some rocket ships or, I don't know, dangerous animals or spiders or something. But the classrooms, the content of what they read, even the way they write. There's one expert on child and how children learn to read and write and so forth. And he said that the model that in the classroom is that the model now is a confessional poet. So increasingly, kids are given the assignment to reach down inside themselves, you know, and talk about what they felt and how, you know, and this would be torture for many boys. And I'll just tell a quick story when this was.
Okay, I'm going to stop here. So let's talk about my experiences. So when I turned 26, I decided to leave my family and my homeland for a variety of reasons. And I traveled to China to teach at a private school for expats in China. And I had no teacher's certification. I'd never gone to teacher's college. I had some years of tutoring and babysitting and like small lectures here and there that I used to give like to homeschooling groups, like tiny little like poetry writing workshop type things. But I had no real experience teaching. But I went and I thought, you know what, I'm going to do my best. How hard can this be? And you know what? It was not hard. Now, is it my cup of tea? No. But I went in with kind of awareness of how to handle a small class. Now, these classes were capped at 12 students. My first class had around 8. And I was teaching grade 4. And then I moved up with the class to teach them in grade 5. And then I taught grade 5 another year. Now, what was I teaching at that time? I would teach English, reading, writing, grammar, vocabulary, spelling. I taught math. I taught science. I taught history. And on top of that, I would teach other subjects to usually larger groups. So, for example, they would lump the 4th and 5th grade together in the afternoon for either art or phys ed or music. And so we teachers would have to take on one of those lumped groups. And so I would take on, I think I did phys ed for half a year and never again. So the rest of the time that I taught there, I usually taught music or art. Okay, so that's kind of my teaching experience to children. what was my classroom like? Being in China, the classrooms weren't the homiest. The walls were painted a pale blue, not pastel, but definitely like a bland blue. And a lot of the teachers, who, by the way, incidentally, almost all of them were female, a lot of the teachers would try to bling up their room. And quite a few of them, being more thoughtful, would attempt to go for gender neutral decorations. But you would always have those female teachers who would be squeamish about certain things. And I was not one of them. So one teacher made for me a China doll that she dressed in a velvet dress of my favorite plaid, which was green and black plaid. She made this little China. Don't ask me why this happened. Anyway, so I had this doll in my 5th grade class, and I set it up. And my class immediately gathered around and was like, teacher, my name. Why is this doll here? And I explained to them. And one of the boys was like, it's like Chucky. Of course, I knew what Chucky was. And I played along with that. And I was like, yeah, it is. You know what we need? We need to get like a fork and a knife, and we need to put it in this doll's hands. So one of the kids went home and brought back the next day a tiny little set of a fork and a knife. And we taped the fork and the knife into this doll's hand. And what would happen is, while they were doing their work assignments or while they were doing a test, I would move the doll while their attention was focused on their work. I would move the doll and they would look around and the doll would have moved very, very suddenly. And the one boy he was one of those kinds who would bend over their desk. And he was so involved, he didn't notice it. I just very quietly, even though I'm very tall and quite a big girl, I walk very quietly. So I carried this doll and I set it right on the edge of his desk. And he looked up and the doll was like right there. And when it came time to writing creative stuff, I always had a part where they could just go wild. And I would never tell the boys, don't write about people dying. I was like, oh, so the same thing happened with my little brother. I returned home to Canada and my mother came to me and said, oh, I'm so worried. Your little brother isn't writing as well as I'd like. Do you think you could help him? So I ran a short creative writing workshop with my little brother for 2 weeks when I was home. And how can I say this? My little brother decided to write about a man who was hunting a tree, who was eating people. And it was this whole kind of grotesque horror story. And how can I say this? My mother came to me and was like, is this okay? And I'm looking at her and I'm going, Mom, he's a kid. He's a boy. Of course it's okay. It's not a big deal. We should encourage this. Do you want him to be bored out of the school? It's not like my mom was wanting to be a killjoy. And she actually talked with me and she was like, I'm worried that we're demasculinizing our education. And I want to let the boys, be boys, within reason. But it's hard for me not to get worried sometimes. And I said to my mother, I was like, you know what? Let's just see what story he writes. And then we can talk about it if things get a little weird. And as long as it wasn't creepy or completely sociopathic, I was absolutely 110% on board. So when we taught poetry, we did not teach introspective poetry. We taught sensory-based poetry. We based it a lot on the senses, not on getting into your hippy-dippy feelings. And when we wrote stories, we didn't focus on how did I feel the day that I was scared. We focused on things like, fun prompts, like write about a time when you were absolutely terrified But if the girls wanted to focus more on their emotion in the moment, they could do that. And if the boys wanted to focus more on the crazy story that they had to tell, they could do that. And I was one of those teachers who was kind of insane in this regard. So every Christmas we would make a Christmas door, and one Christmas door we made was hazards for Christmas, and we had choking, people getting crushed by gift avalanches. We had airplane crashes with the back of Santa's sled. Like, this was fairly dark stuff, and we all drew it like it was like hazard signs that you would see on the side of the road. And it was just really dark. Everyone loved it. And my Christmas tree, so when it came time for Christmas, I did not have a colorful tree. My tree was black and silver. I put black bows and black ribbon on it and silver. And the girl, one girl came to me. She was a really girly girl. She came to me and she was like, Miss, my name, like our tree doesn't look like everyone else's tree. It's not very bright and cheerful. And I looked at her and I said, yes, but have you ever heard of a tree like ours? And she was like, no. And I was like, our tree is special. And the thing is the boys got into it because it wasn't just another, gaudy tree. It was a cool tree. I even chose white, like pure blue white lighting. So it wasn't that like crazy multicolored lighting. And it was just really something I wanted to make sure that the boys felt as comfortable in my classroom as the girls. And I had one boy in there who wasn't as socially inclined. He was coming out of a homeschooling situation that he was upset about leaving. And he was standing and talking with me one morning, and I noticed he was holding a notebook with Star Wars on it. And we started talking, and he realized that I loved Star Wars. And I wasn't going to be like that kind of a teacher who wouldn't understand the things that he liked. I was ready and willing to talk about the things that he liked. And even today, right? So nowadays, obviously I'm not in China anymore. Nowadays I teach ESL, and recently I gained 2 students. We'll call them M and T. And M and T are about as Gen Z as you can. Gen Alpha. Like one of them basically begins every class with no cap. And like, oh, I got Riz. and we were writing persuasive essays. So I was teaching them how to write a persuasive essay. And M says to me, can I write about gambling in games? And I was like, sure, you can write about gambling in video games. And so he wrote a whole thing about why it's okay to gamble in video games. And T was writing about how to make money. Like, I think T was writing about, what did T write about? But anyway, at one point it turned out that T was running a black market at his school to raise money for his own iPad. And when they were kind of having a small debate on whether this was okay or not, I didn't step in and tell T, oh, you shouldn't be running a black market. And I certainly wasn't like scolding M on you shouldn't be gambling in a game. Because the point for me as a teacher was to talk about their writing. I'm not there to just scold them all the time. That's not the point. The point is to get them interested. Do I agree with Max? And, if Max asks my opinion, like this is like generally something I will share with them if they're asking. But, overall, what a hustler. Oh my gosh. T is a hustler. Yeah. So let's get into her story.
Years ago, when my son was a senior, his graduating class, high school, had a this was in the summer, they took a camping trip. And he really had a great time, but at one point, a visiting creative writing teacher came. And this was in the desert, and they said, okay, go out. And she told all the students in his class, go into the distance. And it was dusk. And here's a candle and some matches and pencil and a notebook, and discover yourselves. And as he described it, the girls cooperated and went out, wrote their deep feelings about the stark loneliness of the desert, I don't know. And the boys, completely bewildered by the assignment, kind of gathered in a circle over outside the teacher's view, threw all the notebooks into a pile, lit a match, and made a bonfire.
It's exactly what I was thinking it was going to be.
And I felt sorry for the creative writing teacher, but it was a summer school, and these were not bad kids. I mean, but they were just, what are they going to do? And I thought there were so many assignments you might give, but this, and I'm not saying aren't some boys that would flourish with, such an assignment, but as it happened, the girls liked it and the boys didn't, and they got in trouble for it. And he said that one of the teachers was worried that they were like proto-arsonists, or, that this was toxic masculinity. Aha. So teachers are they hear a lot about that, and they might think some innocent thing that boys just will do that used to be understood, what might not readily be categorized as dangerous and not to be tolerated. So this is what I mean when I just say the classrooms become a little oppressive. And
Okay, so let's say, what would be a best case scenario for doing a little writing workshop in the desert at night? So what I would do is, instead of just giving one prompt, I think this teacher was lazy. Instead of giving one prompt, you should give 2 to 3 prompts. And one of them could be something like, use your 5 senses to describe your physical experience. Or, for example, a number 3 kind of prompt would be, write a short scene based in a desert similar to this. It could be fantasy or sci-fi. So you offer the introspective prompt for those who want to be introspective. You include a more grounded, sensory-based prompt for those who struggle with imagination. And then you allow for an imaginative prompt for people who just want to have fun. If you allow these kinds, because you got to think about, you got your introspectives, you got your experiencers, and then you have people who are just zany and need a bit of a challenge. You got to cover all of your bases, honestly. This is why having a couple prompts, or even if the group is small enough, this is why classroom size matters. Having a smaller classroom size allows you to literally customize on the fly for your student. So why do you let kids have a gambling rig in your class, Chieko? I was just there for their writing. They're pimping the female students. Chieko, listen, their writing is improving. They're dealing drugs to the 2nd graders, Chieko, but the writing ethic and concentration has highly improved. Okay, look, I'm not that amoral, but I'm not going to school somebody for writing something on a piece of paper. Like, of course, we can always have a chat about it, but like, for example, that one student who said something really racist about the Japanese, I obviously I stepped in and we talked a bit about experiences, but if that student had chosen to write a journal, that particular student has never done a lick of homework for me ever. If he had chosen to write a journal about why he hates the Japanese, I would have been like, well, at least I have something to grade. The most grammarly correct drug dealers in the world, one of Chieko's kids. Could you imagine? Oh my gosh. I just don't like how some of this stuff sanitizes a male's experience. It's really unfortunate to me. It's really unfortunate.
I remember one wonderful man in Texas actually was looking at the dropout rates of Hispanic boys, because Hispanic girls are just flourishing in school, and now an Hispanic girl is more likely to go to college than a white boy. The question is, what do you do for the Hispanic boys? And he told me that he interviewed boy, and he said, Hispanic boy, why did you leave school? He dropped out of high school, and the young man said, well, I just thought nobody wanted me there. And I just thought about that. Just how many kids are we losing because no one takes an interest, and they're not doing that well. They don't really understand what it is expected of them. There's just this aura of disapproval, and we can do better. And other societies and other countries, English-speaking countries, have the same problem with boys, and they're desperately looking for solutions. The British are constantly setting up commissions and doing reports and things of trying to address the problem of male underperformance. We do nothing. There's nothing. You look in vain in the Department of Education, in any school of education. I'm just not aware. There are many individuals who care a lot and are talking about it, and but you will not find, as far as I know, things can change, but so far I am not aware of a school of education or even a Department of Education in any state or local government that's focused on the needs of boys. You can have
I actually happen to know that she is right about the UK. The UK, I read an article where the UK were setting up book clubs with the aim of attempting to raise interest, among boys to get back into reading. And there was even a consideration of returning to splitting classes, splitting the sexes apart, and having more competitive classrooms for boys. They're trying all sorts of things in the UK. But I think that the indoctrination is so bad right now in America and Canada that not only are the classrooms not aimed in a very equal way to the sexes, you have some teachers coming out of university ideologically possessed to dislike boys, and it makes some boys feel even worse. And also, boys tend to, in my opinion, act out more openly, right? It's one of the reasons why males tend to have higher crime statistics than females, because males tend to act on their instincts more openly and aggressively than a female does. So when a male student is unhappy with the system, they are more likely to show it by just dropping out. Whereas a female student who might be hating it and is stuck there will remain because her kind of intuitive sense is to just take the easy road. If we had that writing thing, all male students would grab their socks, make a ball with duct tape, and start playing football. And I know this because we did that in high school. Leo, that depends on your teacher. So one of the things, once again, it depends on the size of the classroom. Leo, would you feel, chat, let's do this. I'm going to start a poll here. We're going to do high school. Hey, Ari Morley. We're just talking about education of boys. Let's see. Okay. Let's see who's in here. Has anyone else come in here? Morley is in chat. Does homeschooled sit this out? No. Shay, put yourself in as the lowest tier, under 10, please. Thank you, Shay. That's a good question. I would put myself under 10. The few American parents I know homeschool. What about coming back to all male and all female schools? Leo, that is being considered. Would that be too much? Maybe not, because rich people send their kids to schools like that and then pretend to be liberal or whatever. Oh, that's true. Yeah, it could happen. Mine was about 10 to 15 people, but I went to a poor rural school out between farms and desert. Ooh, how did you feel about your school? So, Ben had 20 to 30. I like how Brandon Sanderson did education for the sexes in Stormlight Archives. It was taboo for men to read. Is that his version of The Handmaid's Tale? Okay, so what do we got here? We have 30% under 10. We have 20% 10 to 15. And we have 50% over 20. How many people do we got in chat here? We probably have some lurkers. We have 5 lurkers. I don't know if the lurkers want to come out and add to the poll. Okay, so what's my point with trying to go with this, okay? What's my point about this? If you have above 20 and you only have one teacher, you're at an extreme disadvantage. The best ratio would be something like 1 to 5 or 1 to 10 maximum, maybe 1 to 12. And therein lies the issue. Okay? Because let's pretend I'm the person at this camp workshop. Okay? I'm a person at this camp workshop. I walk in and there are 20 high school students that I'm overlooking. Okay? What am I doing? One of the first things that I always do as a teacher is to walk around. You fucking walk. What are you doing? What are you doing as a teacher if you're not walking around? And not only that, not only do you just walk around, if you have camp counselor aides, let's say, or you have a teacher assistant, they walk around separate from you to engage with or talk with the students to ensure that they're on task. If I was teaching that same thing in that camp situation or Leo's classroom, that kind of bullshit would never happen in my classroom. Because I would be in that classroom. Right? And I would always move around. So, quick, short story time. I allowed myself to get snagged into a teaching gig one time in China. And I showed up in the east side of town that I almost never went to. And this side of town was not very wealthy. And it didn't have any foreigners living on that side of town. So you can imagine I stood out like a sore thumb. When I arrived at the school, half of the school body and their classes were pasted against the windows because I was simply walking into the courtyard outside of the front of the school. Because OMG, it's a white foreigner, OMG, coming to whose class is she going to? Because it was so rare to get a foreigner in, much less, one like myself, they packed out the classroom. So this classroom that would ordinarily seat 30 kids was now hosting something like 50. And all I can say is that if that classroom had a fire in it, only I would have been able to escape. Tons of people would have died. It was an absolute fire hazard. Now, if you imagine in your head a whole row of, let's say, 30 students crammed in shoulder to shoulder, knees to back, in rows, and then another couple rows of students crammed in the back, forced to stand on their feet. And I noticed that the front rows were almost all exclusively girls. And I noticed that the back rows were almost all exclusively boys. There was a few boys here and there peppered throughout the room. And I was very curious. So once I got the class working on paired work, I looked at the back, and guess what I saw? I saw the Bens. I saw the Leos. I saw the Woolies, perhaps. I don't know if Wooly was a bad kid in class. And they were not doing what they were supposed to be doing. And I struggled, but somehow I managed to wedge myself past the first 3 rows of students to get to the back rows of this massive classroom that was absolutely packed out. And as I passed by, all of the kids at the front were just staring at me like, what are you doing going back there? And I went to the back and I started talking to all of these boys who were standing in the back. And when I approached them and started talking to them, you could see that they were like, what? What is she doing? I left, and it was very interesting. I did not like it one bit. I felt like the whole thing was a travesty. I didn't think I was a good teacher. I thought I taught them nothing as far as I'm concerned. But you could see that there was a problem, a fundamental problem with how this was going on. And I talked with one of my friends about it, one of my Chinese friends. She explained to me that they always put the good students at the front because at least the good students can be saved. But the bad students were basically driftwood, and they were considered unsalvageable. And it was largely males. Like I said, there were exceptions, but largely males in the back. And because I moved to the back and I interacted with them one-on-one, they became interested. They wanted to study with me. When I taught them John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt or whatever, that's my name too, you know. Whenever I go out, the people always shout, there goes John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt. La 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 la. Anyway, so when I taught them that, the boys were much more ready to get involved, and it wasn't lame for them because they understood that I was choosing things that they could enjoy as well. So it was a toughie. And the reality is that no teacher would stay behind and just let boys romp off into the desert with a candle. What is wrong with you? You range them all around within eyesight, and then you go from or you pair them up, and then you go from group to group and you engage with them. And you get them thinking, and you give them options so that they get involved and they get interested. in my opinion, this isn't the fault of the boys entirely. It's also the fault of the teacher. This is terrible teaching techniques, frankly. These days, subbing for classrooms, it's usually a lot easier if I can get some kind of physical practice with whatever the lesson is supposed to be, and a bit of storytelling to go with it, but I'm usually subbing the lower grades. Wow, okay, Morley, so you're an educator. Boys have energy and they need to use it, and it helps the girls try to claim a bit of agency and encourages them to speak up. Yeah, this is good for girls as well. If we're just coddling girls and being like, let's dive into your feelings all the time, stop it. This is not helping the girls become resilient and stoic. More can be made. It gives parents another shot at having a boy. Oh, Wooly was an ADD, awful student. Imagine, that was Sunday school growing up. Imagine categorizing and saying that about Sunday school kids, mind you. I once got in trouble because I said that some of the Sunday school kids I taught were demon children. And one of the parents was like, excuse me. And I was like, oops, that came out. You put a Barney the dinosaur song in my head. Anyway, I personally think her story just tells you that these teachers aren't even being taught how to treat teenagers realistically. Because teens are tiny little adults, but they still have to be, you still have to monitor them. You don't just let them go off into a desert with a candle and be like, feel your feelings. Like, hello, you should be going around and checking on them. How did this even happen?
Programs for girls, but not for boys.
It's we've had Warren Farrell on the show and talked about with him the boy crisis, in which he lays out all the ways in which, I think it's like across more than 50 metric, boys are not simply falling behind relative to girls, but they're falling behind in absolute terms from prior generations of boys.
Right.
And so it seems like there is a zero-sum philosophy at play here, where in order for girls to succeed, they are climbing to the top of a mountain that only has so much space, and it's time for boys to fail. Do you think that that's a fair characterization of the ideology that's at play here?
I don't think that most teachers think, well, I don't care if boys fail. Now it's girls' turn to shine. But I do think there are that philosophy of that it's a zero-sum game, that there's a battle between, Venus and Mars, and we have to be on Team Venus. And I mean, a classroom, first of all, I think you have to cater to all sorts of temperaments and learning styles. And as I said in the beginning, there are kids who defy the stereotypes of their sex, and there are girls who were bonfire builders, and there are boys who were creative writers. So a teacher should pay attention to that, to sort of masculine, feminine in the conventional sense, and work both into the classroom.
You see, they should be paying attention. So I agree with her actually on this. This is where I'm talking about jumping at shadows. I don't think your average teacher wakes up every morning and thinks, how am I going to screw over a boy's life? Most of them who are normal individuals, average individuals, aren't thinking that. They're thinking, how can I survive this day with this shitty resources that I've been given, with this 30 plus classroom that I have to juggle. And because in Canada, our average classroom sizes are now over 30, with maybe one assistant. And so a lot of these teachers, it's not anything to do with inherent sexism on the part of the teacher. It's literally lack of resources, lack of proper education, lack of help, lack of like literal assistance in the classroom. They simply cannot provide one-on-one customized teaching for their students. And if you come from a large family, you know what I'm going to say. The larger your classroom is, the more tight-fisted and borderline fascist you got to be. Like, you have to not let anyone romp around. Okay, I'm going to ask a rhetorical question, but hey, chat might surprise me. Has anyone in chat here ever taught a group of children in grade 4 and 5? Let's say there's about 20 of them. Has anyone here in chat ever taught them how to play a recorder? Has anyone here in chat ever taught a group of kids how to play a recorder? Do you know what happens when you have to teach children how to... Do you know what happens when you get the harebrained idea to teach children how to play a recorder? It is bad. Okay. Now, luckily, when I did it, I had one other teacher with me. And luckily, when I did it, I was teaching a group of children whose parents were involved in their life and cared about what I said about their kid when I sent notes home. But if you come from an average class in North America where parents largely don't care about their kids and they're just shoving the children that they had off onto the state, I can assure you that's 10 times worse what I experienced. So what do you do as a teacher? You clamp down on any antsiness, any bounciness, any energy, any talkback, anything that can disrupt anybody, because there's 30 plus. It's like an MMO RPG, and you can't let anything go wrong. And so as a result, girls who tend to be more compliant and sit still are going to obviously flourish in this kind of an environment where there's no room for any kind of dissonant behavior. And most girls will flourish, and some boys will flourish, but most boys will not flourish, and some girls will not flourish. And it's nothing... I do think that there still is an ideological kind of misogyny, misandry going on in some circles, but generally speaking, I think most teachers aren't misandrist per se. They literally are unable to give boys the room that they need to make mistakes and take risks because they literally do not have the resources to allow them to do it. I'm just going to say it. Teachers should do what's best, but let's be realistic. How is a teacher going to keep track of this? There's no way, Epic, with the class sizes. You get 30 kids in a room. Anyone who's criticizing these teachers, I dare you to walk in and try to teach 20 plus kids on your own. I can only imagine. Now, the school that I taught at had a cap. They had a cap, and they could afford to have a cap. So they capped the classes, I think, at 12. They might have increased it to 15, but it was like 12 last I checked. And this cap allowed teachers like myself to have more space for personalized instruction, for room to take chances, to mix things up. And this allowed the boys to flourish more. But if you have 20 plus student classrooms, which is the case in Canada right now, and which is the case in China, the boys will fail. And it has nothing whatsoever to do with the attitude of the teacher. It's literally just the way the classroom has to run in order for it to operate at all. You add on to it the issue that our education appears to hate boys. That can cause more trouble. But in general, she's absolutely right. It's literally how things are. It's systemic. This is the real systemic problem. They talk about systemic patriarchy. No. We got systemic incompetence and systemic lack of pay for teachers. And get this, chat, get this. So my mother has a friend who works in Southern Ontario as a teacher. And this teacher works with children who have special learning disabilities, like genuine learning disabilities, okay? Like they might have severe dyslexia or like a certain level of autism, that kind of thing. And this teacher pays out of her own pocket $10K a year, or 5 to 10K a year on resources because the school has not given her textbooks and worksheets. And she has to pay out of pocket various subscription fees so that she can give her students homework. And this is in a so-called first world country. This is in Canada. We had a good, cool TA at intermediate. He taught us how to draw Mortal Kombat characters. That sounds pretty fun. Morley hates teaching. Most kids aren't being parented at home. They're treated more like an inconvenient pet. Legit had parents mad at me because there's a 3-day weekend. I have a student right now who's a bit like that, Morley. Yeah, I feel you. Wooly says, Niet tovarish. Noise happens, says Ben. I typically bring in a few ideas for like home science projects, preferably not involving matches. One day Satan will win and matches it is. Imagine they created a true cacophony. So basically, Wooly, I ran that class like I was a dictator. So we practiced just having the recorder on our lap. And if anyone so much as peeped on the recorder would be taken away and they would be forced to sit there for like 5 minutes without doing anything. I was a complete and utterly crazed person. It was like Jekyll and Hyde. Once we got to the classroom, it was like, sunshine and roses. But we got into recorder class. I was like, if you make so much as a peep, chat will be probably glad to hear that the recorder recital that we gave for the talent show was a true success. I wrote a 3-part harmony thing for Silent Night. So we had I think we had grade 1 and 2 playing the easiest long, low notes, descant notes in the back. And then we had the, maybe it was grade 2 and 3 was doing the easiest. 4 and 5 was doing this middle tier harmonization. And then we had some 5s and 6s playing more difficult overlays. El Presidente Duce Vitae. What is that, Willie? So anyway, our recorder classes paid off. It was a very good time. But was it? Oh, he's saying that I was like a dictator. Yeah, El Presidente. Yeah, in the recorder class. Once I left the recorder class, I was much more chill. But in the recorder class, I was a not crazed, but like I was riding everyone hard. Why? Because you could not fuck up. There was a lot of kids in that class. Ben had to learn the recorder in his first primary school or second primary school. That's the case in the US as well. Absolutely, Miro. The reality is that classroom sizes are too large, and it would cost too much for the public system to actually break them down into smaller classes. No cap, dead ass, rizzed up. One of the reasons I supported at-home learning for kids was potential to remove schools from the limits of being landlocked and create education hubs and better resource management all online. Absolutely epic. There are 2-tier systems in this one school in our city that offers a home education option, and then and in brick education option. The key is to have the kids come in like 2 times or 3 times a week to do some socialization with some like more artistic hands-on classes that require more extensive resources like art, for example, or workshop. Yeah. Teachers pay out of pocket for basic supplies all the time. Yeah. I thought I was a stupid person for a long time and treated it like it because I didn't know I had dyslexia. Yeah, see, Morley, I was homeschooled, and I am fairly certain that I have something going on. But because I was homeschooled, my mother would just be like, well, that's Chieko. She's paddling her own canoe. Like, even to this day, how I pronounce words and things is just really whack sometimes. Because it's just, you know, I have gaps. Compared to, like, my one little... So, the eldest of my little brothers would be like, you know, sis, your shoes are on the wrong feet. Like, I couldn't even put my shoes on the right feet. And my younger brother had to tell me. So... canoe. See? Exactly what I'm saying. So like I struggled all the time, but because my mother wasn't hyped up about, oh, you have to be this in this grade, I studied English at a slower rate and I did better in the other stuff until later where my English caught up and then beat everything else out. It took a little while.
Have writing assignments and reading assignments that interest kids, just, you know, whatever their sort of area of interest and so forth may be. But I think we play very much to the more feminine side with the assignments. There was a friend of mine, Sandra Stotsky, who was an expert on content. She did content studies and social studies and literature, and she said she was looking at social studies texts in public schools and said you would think that the West was settled by teenage girls traveling with their parents, a teenage girl traveling with their parents. It's sort of, they edited out military history, they edited out, you know, tales, amazing stories that would interest anybody, but especially boys, about, you know, World War II and World War II triumphs and military adventures and so forth, edited out of the system.
The challenge as a father.
She's making a good point here. She's making a really good point about even history is like super sanitized. It is super sanitized. Here, I'll show something. So my mother was talking about it with me and one of my friends who was also an educator. So there's 2 versions of teaching history. I'm not sure which version you experienced. So we're going to call one A and we're going to call one B. And I want chat to tell me which one they experienced, okay? So there is A. Oops. So there's A and then there's B. Okay, so with A, we will start with grade 1 and then we'll go to grade 12. And so in grade 1, you start with focusing on home. Oops. You start with focusing on home. Then you move to neighborhood and city. Then you go to state, country, continent, and then world. And that is how you have history. And then, once again, grade 1, but this time we're going to do grade 1 to grade 5, grade 6 to grade 8, and then grade 9 to grade 12. So in this one, you teach old, mid, new, old, mid, new, old, mid, new. Now, with each iteration of old, mid, new, you add layers of detail and information. Which one did chat have? Anything with action or aggression is being moved from the classroom because it might cause trouble. Yeah. And also Miroko's, like, people are afraid to be on the wrong side of history. It's just really dumb. That's crazy, especially because kids look at insane stuff on the internet, and it would be wise to tell them deeper stories of suffering so they can understand why this would happen. Here's a poll. Who thinks Chiako's going to make a personality test and send it to everyone on Discord? Closer to B. My first history class was about European explorers in grade 6. Oh, I should be clear. When I say old here, I mean ancient history. Mid would be anything from 1000 to the 1800s, and then new would be 1800s to present. Epic says A. Murokos, what was yours? Can you explain what was yours? History. History, Ben. So A starts with history of the local area, then the local state, then history of the country, then history of the continent, and then history of the world. Whereas B focuses on ancient history, then the mid-tier, like the medieval, usually G1 through G5, it focuses on medieval Europe, and then colonization, and then moves into modern history. Very general strokes, not getting into details. And then they repeat, rinse, wash, and repeat 2 times again. Old, middle, new, old, middle, new. Hell no to A. So this is history. History. I think I changed mine to neither. We never covered history in K through 12 at all. You never covered history at all. Like, no ancient history. A for Marshall. Welcome in, Marshall. I don't think I've seen you before. Outlander. Hello. So consider this. History was an elective at high school. Took it at 15 for about a third of a year. The real education started with American history. There were history classes that never covered history proper. Okay, so Miroko's had this patchy, Lord knows what education in history. A for Marshall, okay. Ben, did they teach history to you as a kid? And if they taught history to you as a kid, Ben, what did they teach you? It was still heavily sanitized? Oh. We're not just talking about high school, Ben. We're talking about young. Okay. Ben, like me. Okay, so obviously we have a C now. C now. So G1. Who knows? Question mark. G12, modern. In between, who knows? When do people start learning history? What little I learned about world history was from encyclopedias. But what about school, Wooly? What did they cover in your school? Was it all your national history? I'm trying to find out whether the history you learned as a child was national or international. Was it focused on ancient times or was it focused on modern times? I don't think my nephew in 3rd grade has had any history yet. Oh my Lord. Well, I mean, let's all be real. They call it social studies now. Okay, so nothing before grade 9. This is a travesty. Is it worse than I thought? G9. Starting here. From a solipsistic perspective. Okay. So, Wooly sounds like an A person. Okay. Let's get into it. When I was in the city I was in China, Xi'an, I was working there with the international school. Of course, remember, I had no certification in teaching. And so it came time for me to cover history. And there was a history group of teachers who made choices about history. And one of the things that there was always an argument was A and B. Because apparently there were quite a few states that the teachers hailed from where they had their certifications. And a lot of the Americans were taught with A. So usually when you sat down with your kids, you talked about your neighborhood and your city and the people that you see every day in local mountains and local rivers and parks, and you would learn how to read a map and things. And then you would slowly over time get a greater grasp of everything until you hit about middle school. And in middle school, that's when you really started to tackle things like history of America. And you didn't get into severe detail until grade 9. But at the same point in time, between grade 9 and grade 12, you would cover world history. And not only would you be covering world history, you would be expected to learn the ancient history of the world simultaneously. So you weren't just learning, oh, there's other countries and these are their general. No. You had to also learn all of the history that those countries went through within a very small period of time. Only took to get McDonald's at the end of the year. That's what I'm saying. With kids, the social studies is more on the other side of the world, is real level. But real education courses and tests for me start with American history. Yeah. The only real history I learned in school was from an archaeology professor that was our field trip guide. Random topics from 1 to 5, social studies from 6 to 9, and history as I described from 9 to 12. No known options for history that I can recall. Yeah. Now, Party might have a different memory on this. And Shay, because Shay was homeschooled, knows exactly what I'm talking about when I tell you that a lot of homeschoolers, particularly those who are raised with a more classical approach, this here is most common among homeschoolers and classical approach educators. And do you know why this approach is actually really important? This one right here. It teaches you that, number one, people have different lives than you. Number two, it's not all about you. It's like a fundamental cosmological difference. You understand that things are older than you can comprehend. Things are more different than you can comprehend. And that the life you lead right now did not define everything for as long as you knew. Now, obviously, by the time you hit grade 6, that's when you start to get to know about everyone dying. But you can imagine that if you were a boy, the B column, the B row here, is probably better for boys. Because by the time they hit grade 6, they can get into the nitty-gritty of less sanitized history. And yeah. Ben, wrong. I'm the center. Shay got hit like a ton of bricks. Yeah, I barely remember anything but the hellishly boring high school history book. I do remember all the books we had about history for kids that went through the ages, and I love those. Now, I do need to let chat know that I nearly went into university for archaeology. I was this close. My grasp of history was so good. My professor offered to write me a reference to get into a specific archaeology program. Sorry, not a professor, my high school teacher. Because I went to, for 1 year to grade 13, and there was a teacher there who was taking his master's degree, and he loved my work. And he was like, if you want to be an archaeologist, like, I'll totally help you get into a good school. So I was actually accepted to study archaeology with a pretty good bursary and scholarship, but I went into English instead. It does make me wonder what would have happened if I'd gone into archaeology. I'm the center of existence. Wow, the center of existence can't spell properly. We're doomed. Do you really want to dig up dusty crap? Like now, would I go on a dig now? Yeah, I think I would, especially if it was in certain parts of the world. I still have a hobbyist interest in archaeology. I still love it. So the local library summer reading program had extra points for certain activities for the kids. My nephew was all about ticking a lot of them off, but one of them was to read a book about someone who lived in a different place or time. And he tried a couple times and had real problems with it and couldn't finish any of those books. Kids a mini sandworm, and I even offered him very easy short books. I wonder what this has to do with his apparent lack of education in history. Yeah, he just simply may not understand. He simply may not understand. I really liked history after learning about Greece in the Middle Ages as a kid. Middle Ages and Greek and Roman history is where it's at. Just lean into the gore and you're good. You're good. One of them was to read middle school is when they first said Native Americans weren't happy about us being there. Before that, elementary school said everyone was helping each other live in peace. Oh, yeah, that's probably sanitization. And he tried a couple, they're the center of existence, however, they spelt it is correct. I would be a Tomb Raider, fight me. I can wear booty shorts. Do you have a booty, though? Epic Croft. I recommend a video advice for academics in the Discord. That's what would have happened to you, Chieko. OMG. Yeah, Middle Ages and the Egyptians. Those were awesome. I feel like boys would also like the ones that had really harsh Sumerians. I can't remember. If you teach history the right way and you make it real and personable, everyone will be fine with it. The issue is the way you teach it. Wait, do you not have a booty, Epic? I mean, some of the World War II stuff I learned actually stuck, so I must have had some. I'm telling you, Ben, if it was told correctly to you, you'd be like, I can't wait. The half of the issue is presentation. This is what Christina Hoff Sommers is talking about here. It's how this is presented to boys, and also sanitization. There's also an issue of sanitization. The ones that believed in Gilgamesh, that would be the Sumerians. Gilgamesh and Enkidu. Enkidu was the wild man that Gilgamesh tamed. Then they became bros. They went on a road trip. Final Fantasy XIV actually has the reference to Gilgamesh and Enkidu in the Manderville stuff. Yeah, then they met Hildebrand. Yeah, exactly. Well, I just wanted to know if Epic has a booty. That's all. Just asking for reasons. Let's keep going.
With Of a Son is that we only have so much that we can do for them, but we put them into school, and then as they get older, they go out into the culture through media, through their friends, and they're just bombarded by messages. And I've done everything in my power to try to protect my son's belief in himself as someone that is good, as opposed to a problem. And that has often involved pulling him out of schools. Like, again, when I was reading your book, I had pulled him out of a school where he would routinely be told that boys are bad. Like, quite literally, to his, like, oh, the boys are a problem. That they would have guest speakers that would talk about toxic masculinity.
Right.
And there's a kind of like the guilt of the father is befallen on the son thing that seems to be going on. It's like, my son's...
Well, yeah, think about it. So you have many boys, by the way, growing up without fathers.
Yes.
Who then go to school, no male teachers. And you would think that the educational system would say, well, boys need positive male role models. What better way than to have more male teachers? And there would be a national campaign to attract more men into teaching. And when we saw disparities in the sciences, massive efforts to get more women into sciences, and effective. I mean, many more girls and young women are going into the sciences. Why didn't we do that, or why don't we do that for young men to interest them in teaching? And then there's a further problem. Some boys have serious psychological problems. Not the majority. Mm-hmm. The majority of males are not mentally imbalanced, but some boys are. They need psychological or psychiatric help. Increasingly, the world of psychology is female. So if you need help, and you go to a therapist, and you're a little boy, you're at home with a mother, there's no father. Often there are boys that grow up without a father, certainly don't see him very much. Then you're in a school, and then you're a psychologist as a woman. And these theories about male toxicity and having to overcome this patriarchal oppressive culture, these have penetrated the American Psychological Association, psychology programs. And so if you had to seek help for a little boy, not only do you have to be careful that your teacher, you have to make sure she likes boys, and typically it will be a she, and a psychologist would be the same. I would ask a lot of questions and make sure they're not captive to some angry theory.
I just wanted to add here, there is a reason, I think, why we are seeing more people struggling with who they are on a sex level. Versus other cultures around the world. And I think part of it has to do with how people perceive culture. part of my struggle with accepting being a woman was because I had grown up in a certain culture that was very negative about women. And the way people talked about women didn't leave me with a lot of excitement about my future of being a woman. And then other things happened that made it even spiral even worse. And so if you are in a environment, if you are in an environment where you don't feel that it's safe to be what you are, you will start rejecting yourself and your gender on a very fundamental level. And this is why when people come to us for help and ask us, is it okay if I like to write about people getting hacked apart in, Game of Thrones, kind of like more tough, aggressive kind of material, I think we should just be like, yeah, you want to write pulp fiction, you want to write lit RPGs, you want to, like, even if I don't necessarily think lit RPGs are fantastic pieces of writing, if that's something that you want to do, you should do it as a male. You should have a voice. Yeah. Yeah, I have a water bottle here. I hope you're meaning rating. Writing. Writing works. I think in modern civilization, there isn't the same kind of guide rails you'd expect to see in older cultures. A woman can legally have any job she wants. There's freedom, but also lack of focus. The myth of equality has been catastrophic to humanity. Cleanse thy mind center. It's just, this is clearly coming at a disadvantage at this point to boys. But I don't think it's just ideology about boys or males. I think it's also about just poor infrastructure. Just poor infrastructure is screwing boys over.
About pathological masculinity. And by the way, there is such a thing as pathological masculinity. A tiny percentage of males are dangerously violent and predatory. But that's not normal masculinity. The normal man is quite the opposite. They don't prey on weaker people, they protect them. They don't tear down and destroy things, they build them. And so there's a positive.
They build a wall.
Model of masculinity, but I think increasingly we take the fairly rare cases, comparatively, of toxicity and make that the norm and take that out on little boys in the classroom, sometimes in the home, and now even in the psychologist's office.
Okay, I like Christina Hoff Sommers. I think she's very, very much more nuanced. She's not the type to jump at shadows. She's not crazy. I think if you are very interested in a more thoughtful approach to the whole issue of education, you should check out her books. She wrote some interesting books on it. Very, very fascinating. It's not everyone, yeah. Little girls are more cost effective in terms of education. In terms of the infrastructure, the way it is built right now, yes. I do think as well, like maybe we're over hyping post-secondary when we should be focusing on trades. So as soon as a boy hits 16 or a girl hits 16, if they don't want to go further, they should just stop and they should get a mentor one-on-one, learn how to live wisely, learn a trade, and have a happy, contented life, doing something that they know they will do well at and get paid well for. At this point in time, a lot of universities are nothing more than money-making machines by people who are really crazy Okay, so now we have another video here. It's called A Villainous Study. So we were just talking about orcs. We were just talking about what makes a villain engaging. So now we are going to be getting into what makes a villain. Trump is just in his masculine hair. I'm a guy monkey man. One Piece solos Naruto. Well, the biggest indicators of quality of life is determined by trade school, college. Beforehand doesn't seem quality matters. Yeah, I think our society is way too hyped up on pushing people into universities. I think universities should be much more closed, and we should be seeing a larger glut in trade schools and colleges. And by that, I mean the Canadian word college, because in Canada, colleges basically are the equivalent of American community colleges. And then there's just universities. Universities can afford the marketing, for real. I mean, it's disgusting. I think a lot of universities are disgusting, but I'm a university graduate, so I should know. I think trade school should be an option at 15 or 16 rather than finishing high school. In Canada, it absolutely is, Ben. In Canada, it absolutely is. And it's largely because we're highly, we're an immigrant country. So we have a GED. Maybe Party can share with us her little education story. Party. Come on, Party. Don't be shy. Yeah, that's right, Party. Party's like, what education? Since when does Canada make good choices? What's my education story? The part where you kind of slightly may not have a certification in anything. I'm illiterate. Oh my gosh. So Party was, unlike me, Party was homeschooled for her entire life. So she never went to high school. She never got a diploma. Is her life over? No. The answer is no. Does anyone want to hear the shocking truth? Having avoided high school and middle school and elementary, relying on hard work and a small amount of nepotism, she is technically now making more money than I do. She's literally, not even technically, screw that. She's literally making more money than I do. She can afford her own apartment. She went in as some kind of a clerk. She worked really hard into a secretarial position. She kept working hard, got to know the ropes, knew the software inside and out. And now she's doing payroll, and she's solving difficult tax and payroll stuff. And you know how she got there? She got there through super hard work and applying her brains. She's a very, very clever girl. But she does not, she didn't even take her GED, as far as I know. Party, did you take your GED? To be fair, your contractor is ducking you. Absolutely, Ben. But Party doesn't even have her basic GED. That's hilarious. You were too lazy. Oh my lord. So anyway, I was like the little tryhard. I wanted to go to university. I wanted to learn theoretical stuff. And when I came back from China to take my 4th year, I was angry. I was enraged. And why was I enraged? Because there were people there that had no business being there. And it made me wonder, do I have any business being here? It was a feel bad situation. And then I rolled out of there with my 4th year in debt, which I thankfully have since paid off, but like, holy shit. Ben also walked out of exams. Yeah. I don't know. It's just crazy. But Party is pretty badass. Party is pretty badass. She's a badass sis. Now, we're going to get into looking at this video. I don't think school is or isn't the right answer. It depends on what's best for you. Absolutely. To this day, I can't regret university. I just regret the way I went about it. And I regret maybe a little bit not sticking and getting masters over and done with, because then I would have just avoided the insanity. I've always struggled. I've always been a good test taker. I was a stereotypical book nerd that sat in the corner. Oh, yeah. My final year at university, I was like, I struggled with imposter syndrome because I was doing really well, but I felt like I wasn't doing enough. So it was just asked to use the toilet and then went home. Oh my Lord, Ben. I would be like ball and chain. This is another issue with having only female teachers. You can't follow the boys into the washroom. This is why you have one male teacher on for every grade, so that you can have a guy standing outside the door waiting for the boy to come out. Of course, you can't put the guy in the washroom with the boy because, reasons, because people, are terrible. Anyway, so we got this thing. It says a villainous study. We're going to tackle it and see how far we can get.
Today we're...
Okay, let's see. I think we did I'm subscribed, so we must have already done. Ben took advantage of institutionalized incompetence, clearly. Okay, so let's get into this video. Let's see, but obviously we must have watched something from this guy before, so let's see.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Today we're chasing something almost ineffable. Warning here, there will be spoilers for some stories, but that's to be expected given the topic. Today we're talking about what makes a good or a bad villain. This is a subject that's given me no end of frustration trying to nail down. The term "I know it when I see it" rears its pretty little head and asks me to call it a day, waving the temptation of games and vegging out to distract me. Unfortunate for my leisure, this topic is set on the shelf for far too long. So let's see if we can nail down what makes a villain good, bad, or forgettable.
Okay. Now, let's get to it. As per usual, class, we are not going to settle for T. Alex Ratcliffe to tell us what makes a good villain. So I want chat to shout out some qualities that they think applies to a good villain. Characteristics. Let's hear it. To the paint.exe. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet, Wooly. We're gonna go with notepad.exe. This sounds like the guy who does Leon the Lobster videos. What accent is that? I don't know. Okay, so sympathetic is being suggested. That is the go-to these days. Conviction. in his own path or way. Okay. Properly. Ooh, sim. Contrast with the hero. So we would call this kind of what we would call the foil or the antagonist. Okay. Believable motivations. Intimidating. Well, Ben is a Lala, so he probably finds most people villainous in his life. We did paint earlier. Shush you all. Sim coming in clutch, yes. Sim can do his beep, 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 and then return. Clear and present danger. Yeah, why don't we say competent? Clear and present danger. Like, he's like someone who it's linked to being intimidating, but also I want to put in the word smart or I mean, there's some good villains are comedic. Let's say for kids, right amount of humor / levity. Disliked. Motivated to see them lose. These do not have to be universal, Sim. These are just different characteristics. Obviously, a single villain will not have all of these characteristics. Obviously not. Yes. Yeah. Competent, clear, present danger. That is not contrived. Yeah, some good villains are dumb or brainless even. Yeah. You know what? I'm going to put in archetypally powerful. Not all villains are going to be archetypal, but I think a really nice, memorable one would have some archetypal. I don't think all of these would fit into one character. I think these are, let's just say, like if you can check off some of these boxes, you're on the right path. Okay, so we'll say clear motivations. Clear and obviously dangerous motivations. I also kind of like, I don't know. Well-rounded psychology, depending on genre. Not all genres need to have well-rounded psychology, but yeah. I haven't seen Cujo since I was too young to watch. I'll expand on my previous one. Show the wrong way to do things. Properly portray extreme evil. Yeah, that's kind of like linked to what I was talking about with the orc sim. Show the wrong way to do things. Linked. I'm going to put up here into archetypally powerful, linked to cosmological truths. Not all genres need well-rounded psychology. Book talk. It should be clear why a hero is needed to oppose him. Why can't the cops and city guard, etc., deal with him? Ooh, all right. Let's say believable context. Why can't others deal with him? I just can't imagine staff of school ever going to your house to talk to your parents to convince you to go back or whatever. That has never happened ever in my town. So I personally didn't show up at a student's home, But one time we did have a problem student in my class, and I had to go to the principal, and the principal says, we'll call the parents in. And basically they gave the parents a talk on how to be better parents. And they were like, if your kid can't handle it, he's out. Basically. Hey, Jonathan. We're making up a list of good villain characteristics. Why can't others deal with him? Because his PhD in Malice 101 didn't count for angry teenagers. Sexy. Let's say depending on genre. I think some of these are defined by genre. Like certain genres, you really need to make them a certain kind of way. Like for example, for kids media, I think making the villains sometimes humorous, sometimes can be helpful. Let's actually take out the 4 kids, because I think some villains can be just hilarious, like if it's for comedy. So we'll say depending on genre. Am I wrong? Why can't others deal with him? Because his PhD in Malice 101 didn't account for angry teenage girl with his magic sword. Well, I mean, are you wrong according to book talk, Morley? That is the question. Some villains are Asahi, some are Yatsuyo. Yes, I agree. I think that leans into sympathetic versus not. For sure. Needs to be overpowered, not easy to defeat. Did we put that in? That's kind of under the word intimidating. So put in here difficult to defeat. Yeah, I think some kids actually like scary villains too. The angry teenage girl first needs to empower her sword with the power of anime and friendship. Or the power of belief in oneself, Wooly. Xenos, baby. A villain could just also be a mean and grumpy boss in the right story. I think some villains are very effective when they're repulsive. But I don't think it's a rule, just like when a villain is sympathetic. Yeah. So some traits, optional trait, creepy or repulsive. Yeah, like there's a sense of horror about him. Like Wormtongue. Yeah. Not understanding his motivation can also be scary and unsettling if it's done well. If the big bad guy is a tragic and noble, also give the bad evil guy a tragic and noble henchman. Oh. Give bad guy a tragic and noble henchman. Kind of like Ritatin from Final Fantasy XIV. Some lit snob will say, well, that's more of an antagonist, not a villain, and that's okay. They can have wrong opinions. Yeah. Lit snobs can go... let's keep going. Is the narrator or the cat the villain in PoE's post story? Is the narrator or the cat? The best villains are the ones who think that what they're doing is the right thing. They don't see themselves as a baddie, McFaddy. This is kind of linked to conviction, but you could have conviction in your own path, and it's like a total sociopathic path. So belief that they're in the right. These, I think, are all my sass today. I think these are all pretty good. Right? I think these are all pretty good. Yeah. So we have sympathetic. conviction in their own path or way, belief they're in the right, contrast with the hero as foils or antagonists, believable motivations, intimidating, difficult to defeat, competent, with competency that is not contrived, smart, that right amount of humor and levity depending on the genre, disliked, you're motivated to see them lose, they're archetypally powerful, they're linked to cosmological truths, clear and obvious dangerous motivations, well-rounded psychology depending on the genre, properly portray extreme evil, show the wrong way to do things, believable context, why can't others deal with them, sexy depending on the genre, optional traits would be creepy and repulsive, and he will have a tragic or noble henchman. What would be the Count of Monte Cristo? I don't think he's a villain. I think the Count of Monte Cristo is like maybe he's villainous. I don't know. I see him as an anti-hero, but that might be because I'm messed up in the head. He learns to walk away at the end. And he gets the girl. I feel like it boils down to interesting psychology and moral archetypal and good match to protagonist. Corruption of a cardinal virtue. Ooh. That reminds me of Keys to the Kingdom. All right. Let's see what TX Alex Ratcliffe says.
I'm going to try to keep this as short as I can. I've been feeling a bit off lately without going into too many details about my personal life. But first, a message from this video's sponsor. Me. Well, kind of from me. My book, Battle Games Book 1, is part of the Naritas Summer Sale along with several other indie books, starting on the 24th and ending on the 26th. So by the time you're watching this, it'll be starting tomorrow. There are over 300 books on sale, and it's a great chance to pick up some new books and support smaller authors. I'll leave a link in the description to the sale, which again opens tomorrow. Back to the video. Nailing down what makes a villain good is a difficult task. With skillful hands in the proper setting, almost any motivation or character can work. Almost any. That said, the reverse is also true. You can have the most ingenious mastermind with the clearest motivation, but if you handle them improperly, they can end up as a forgettable side note.
I agree. Execution is almost as important as the idea itself.
What can we do? I'm going to pull from the well of what I've read, watched, and witnessed to try to break down the difficult qualities that make up a truly great or truly terrible villain. Let's start with effectiveness. A villain needs to be effective, and by this, I mean they have to be a threat of some kind. It doesn't have to be world-ending, and it doesn't even have to be violent. The villain can be a soft threat, someone who wants to take the protagonist's position, marry their girlfriend or boyfriend, or simply compete with them in their line of work. This means the villain has to have a realistic chance of winning. This is a tricky situation as usually the villains don't win. This isn't a solid rule, but usually people like the hero to win in some way. I'm reminded of another recent controversy with My Hero Academia, but that's not what this video is about. That's really more of a subject for a video about heroes. The easiest way to phrase this is your villain has to be in some way better than your hero. They can be stronger, smarter, more determined, or even just better established. That last one doesn't work too well long term. This is because we don't celebrate easy wins. Don't get me wrong. There are good stories written about people in bad situations, overcoming obstacles that would be easy for a normal person. That actually hits on my point of being effective better. The villain must be effective to the hero. The predatory drug dealer can be just as effective a villain to the junkie as Lex Luthor is to Superman. In a way, this can be thought of as power scaling, matching the threat to the protagonist. If the win is too easy, people will wonder why you bothered. If the threat is too hard, people will think the hero has plot armor or worse, was never in real danger. The next thing a villain needs is presence.
I agree with this point. And I think we already touched on it, chat. We're so smart. Oh. Okay, let's stop it. Okay. Of course we already knew this. Hello. Chat is smart. We don't need some YouTube person to tell us that. So if we're going to put effectiveness as here, effectiveness here, this would be all underneath, and what else would we put underneath there? I think that's it, right? I think that's about it. Oh, no, Sim. Look at that. Look at you, Sim, go. Uh-huh. Hee hee. All right. Yeah. We brainstormed together. I see the Count as a villain. Yeah. I think he technically is, but he you know how that you have an anti-hero and then you have a hero? I think he would be, for me, what would be an anti-villain. So he starts out as a villain, but he has some very human reasons for why he's doing what he's doing. So he's sympathetic. And he learns his lesson and he ends up with a girl at the end. Kane. Wooly breaking out some golden oldies. Well, I mean, Wooly is like 80 years old. So if Wooly starts talking about things that are really old, chat, just know Wooly's like 40 going on 80. He'll be dusting his coffin off before he hits 50. Do anti-heroes count as villains, though? No, I would say anti-villains do count. I just made up the concept of anti-villain, Shay. Let's roll with it. Wisdom of the crowds. Hey, you know what? Sometimes multiple minds are better than one when it comes to brainstorming this kind of stuff. According to Brandon Sanderson, much of writing is like an illusion everyone agrees to believe in. This effectiveness of the villain is one of them, since the villains rarely win, so it's believability. Yeah. I think as well, like, people don't want the villain to win, but they want it to be scary enough to believe that they could win if things were just a little bit different. So it is definitely about wanting to believe, because people want to believe IRL. You're saying that about the Count, Chieko, because you want to be the girl he's winning. Let's be honest. No, actually, because I think I would absolutely low-key screw over. Like, if somebody screwed me over as badly as the Count had been screwed over, and if I didn't have a certain level of morality holding me back because of how I was raised, I would 110% go down that route. Absolutely. So when I was growing up, I hated my mother. I don't think chat understands how much I hated her. It got to the point where I would know things that would be helpful for her to know in order to run the household better, and I would not tell her. It was my way of having revenge on my mother. Like, I'm very, very, like, if you really, like, but you have to really push me to a certain level. I was pushed to the point where I was in some ways undermining my own mother's authority at home in my own little way. Did she notice all the time? No. That's not the point. Right? It was, yes, I can be extremely vindictive, but you have to, like, how can I say it? I'm like, I have a very long fuse. You have to do a lot to get me there. Like a lot. And of course, because my mom was living with me 24/7, right? Like, yeah. One of the reasons why I can't be mad at the Count of Monte Cristo is I absolutely 110% understand why you would get to that point. Absolutely. I would never throw a stone at people who struggle with wanting to get back at people. Do I think it's healthy? No, absolutely not. I don't think it's healthy. Do I think it will destroy your life if you let bitterness and anger eat away at you? Absolutely. Once again, it takes me a long time to get there. Right? It takes me a very long time to get there. But if you push me that far enough, like if you push me that far enough, I will I would be very much open to going down that road. You have all the traps already set up. Could you imagine? Okay, so intimidating, difficult to defeat, competent. Okay, so we're going to put that in as our effectiveness. Next up is presence. Presence. I will say as well, when it comes to effectiveness, I like how he mentioned effectiveness does not always look the same. And I really appreciated that Ratcliffe mentioned this, because there are some people who are reading a genre that they don't like, and they completely shit on the antagonist, and they don't understand that for that particular genre, the antagonist is actually doing a fantastic job. So one example would be one of my most favorite books on the planet. It's called Only Alien on the Planet. Only Alien on the Planet is not a book. It's not a sci-fi book. Only Alien on the Planet is about a girl who meets a boy in high school, and this boy does not talk at all. Does not make eye contact, does not touch people, does not talk. And at first they think it might be autism, but he's extremely literate. He's clearly inside there somewhere. And of course, over time, she falls in love with him. But the question remains, how did he get there? And the answer to it is actually emotionally very interesting. And the villain, as it were, of the story, the person who created the situation with this teenage boy, is, for all intents and purposes, is not even there for hardly any point in time. And when this person does show up, it's not particularly intimidating, because the whole point of that character is that they are mentally damaging, not just physically damaging. And it's one of the most beautiful and interesting stories that you could ever read. But I could see lots of people, like Asmongold, for example, coming in and experiencing that kind of a story and being like, this is so lame. Oh, it's so lame. But it's not. It's actually doing what it's intended to do. It's just not, Warhammer 40K. Party's gonna get Wile Coyote'd. Nah. Party has like one of those, like, what's it called? Not a stun gun. She's got like one of those rifles with like a sedated kind of bullet, and she'll just like take me out if I say anything. Now you have to reread it. Yeah. Only Alien on the Planet. One of the best. Sauron or Melkor would be completely archetypal. What would Saruman be? I actually think Saruman is also archetypal. Saruman is the fallen white. I'm gonna hunt her like a rare elephant. He's very lizard-brained. Yeah. I love me. Yes, a trank gun. That's what she's got. Yeah, Ben coming in for a clench. So chat, if my mental capacity appears to be taking a dip, it's because, like I said, I'm running on 4.5 hours of sleep, maybe. So if the filter comes off, so once again, just a community PSA. I'm running on half thrusters, and my filter may slowly ease off, and I will say things that we will all regret. Okay, so we're going to go into presence.
The next thing a villain needs is presence. It's not enough that we know the villain exists. The effect of his existence needs to be present in the rest of the world, or at least the rest of the story. The villain is the force the protagonist is fighting against. It doesn't matter if the villain is a force for change or the status quo. It doesn't matter if they're feared or loved. We must know the villain is there, that they're a threat to either the protagonist, what the protagonist wants to protect, or the journey the hero is on. The worst kind of villains just pop up. They have little to no presence in the story until it's time for a fight or a resolution. We see this a lot in modern writing. The story will be plodding on in one direction, and suddenly a wild villain appears to mess some stuff up, only to be defeated by the protagonist in a chapter or two. And then they'll either swear an undying vendetta, or die. While many villains are rarely seen until the final showdown or major plot points, their presence is still felt through the rest of the story. They have left their mark on the world. This can be through fear and awe of the characters, the scars of deeds long past, or hidden secrets that the protagonist, and the reader, can see but other characters are oblivious to, even if it has major influence on them. Your villain should never be hidden from the reader, even if he is hidden from the rest of the world. Does your villain need to be likable? The short answer is no.
I would disagree with I would disagree with the hidden of the villain. I think it depends on the genre, and it depends on what you're attempting to say about villainy. I think that is, once again, reminding of the only alien on the planet. But that being said, throwing in a sudden villain that comes out of nowhere is never good, particularly when it comes to fantasy and sci-fi. The duality of baldness. Yeah, Wooly will never understand the duality of baldness. Emmett did this well, just being around. Yeah, Emmett was schmoozing with you 24/7. This pop-up was the jailer. Regardless of the lore having room for him, they failed to make it not come off as a pop-up villain. Yeah, it felt contrived, even though you could go back and make arguments. It wasn't written in a way that left you feeling like there was a crumb trail that you could go back and replay and actually see his impact there. It just felt like very sliced in. I think anyone who wants to do something like a jailer reveal has to read Dorothy Dinnett's House of Nicolo. If you have not read Dorothy Dinnett's House of Nicolo series, you have no business writing a long-term villain pulling from behind the scenes. Poop up villain. That was an appropriate typo.
Longer answer is...
Be careful, Sim. Susan might snipe you.
Kind of. The villain doesn't have to be the type of person you'd want to hang out with, but the reader does have to feel something for him. Love, hate, rage, understanding, etc. All of these emotions require presence and action. If you're old like me, you may remember the show Power Rangers, and when it started broadcasting on American shores. And if you're not that old, you probably remember one of the 1,000 derivatives. Every week the heroes fought the monster of the day. These monsters were usually interchangeable and played up mostly for laughs. You felt almost nothing when they were defeated. Even worse were the minions that appeared with the monster. They were just faceless things that showed up in an instant and were dispatched just as quickly. The only villains kids cared about were those that showed up week after week, the big bads, and how they would eventually be defeated. These were the true villains of the piece. Every week they'd create a new monster to terrorize the world. Were they good monsters? Not really. The point is, they were always there. We knew who they were. They had presence in the story, and it gave the viewers a chance to develop some kind of feeling towards them. The Super Sentai might not be the best example for this, but it's an easy to understand one. The point is, your villains won't hit the readers, watchers, or players if they don't live with their presence in some way. They need time to establish how they feel about your villain. Next, we're going to look at a little comparison.
Okay, I agree with his presence, and of course I agree with it because we came up with a whole bunch, right? We came up with various traits like sympathetic, sexy, creepy, and repulsive. We came up with the idea that they have this strong presence that you will dislike them generally. You're motivated to see them lose on some level. You are seeing how they are contrasting against the hero, and once again, they are competent. They present a clear and present danger. So they are very much forefront. Once again, I don't think having strong presence is always necessary. For example, H.P. Lovecraft wrote horror that is actually based off of never actually fully seeing or knowing what you're afraid of. The few times that he tries to describe the darkness, it is extremely vague and disjointed for a reason, because the genre dictates that. So I think this is definitely something that is dictated by your particular branding or your particular IP or genre. Okay, so now let's find out. We need a full stream for a 20-minute video when Chieko's not tired. Very messy business. Very long, though. 20 minutes. When Chieko's not tired. Yeah, I am letting this power through, right? Everyone can tell I'm at low ebb, right? I'm like mentally like, whoop. But I'm here. I'm here. Yeah, put it in the content request, Shay. I'm so curious. I'm so curious to see what Metzen said, even if I'm not playing it. I find that fascinating. But yeah, okay, comparison. I wonder if they're going to talk about how they present as a foil to the hero. Let's see.
Next, we're going to look at a little comparison. This is going to be a tricky subject and an already difficult topic. It breaks down to how are the hero and the villain different? I know a lot of stories that have played the villain is not so different from the hero card. The problem is the villain has to be different from the hero. What usually separates the hero and villain is who's right, who do we like, and who do we identify with. That last one is a big test that a lot of modern writers fail. The big problem with our first point is good and evil becomes a bit more subjective outside the simplest of stories. It's one of the reasons pure good and pure evil don't do so well with complex characters. Most people are neither pure good or pure evil. We all have good qualities and bad, and if we're looked at under a microscope, we'd probably look a lot worse.
Okay, let's stop right here. He is making absolutely fantastic points in terms of modern day storytelling. So once again, as chat knows, I am a proponent for pushing both archetypal or mythological storytelling alongside modern. And so while I think there are certain genres, particularly I think things like romance genres, for example, drama, anything related to interpersonal stuff, anything that's focused on human experience, certain sci-fi, certain like more urban or modern fantasies, certain romanticities, obviously. And let's see. Mysteries, psychological thrillers. All of these require in-depth psychological exploration, and the characters need to have depth and be complex. However, I think there's certain forms of fantasy and sci-fi, science fantasy. I think there's certain forms, and even to a certain degree, romance, that kind of elevates beyond, and you can have essentially very archetypal or very flat characters that may not always, like, not all of the characters will need to be particularly defined psychologically. An example, a case in point, would probably be something more like C.S. Lewis's Chronicles of Narnia, which is an allegory. So a large portion of that particular writing feels more archetypal because the people within the story are more of a role and less of an actual person.
A few people want to watch you playing video games in your underthings. But being good or evil can help establish a difference, if it's present at all. In our second point of comparison, we have to ask ourselves, who do we like? This is a more solid point than either one being good or evil. People are endlessly complex creatures, and we tend to like people more on the negative traits we share than the positive traits we aspire to. If you don't believe me, just try to bond with somebody over the things you mutually hate. It's a lot easier than the things you mutually like, though it does lead to some very unstable relationships. People who like to binge game will like each other far more than people who aspire to be CEOs. Alcoholics tend to like each other more than competitive athletes. It's the difference of comfort and competition. I may be being a little pedantic about this, but it boils down to this. If your reader works a soul-crushing job and the villain of your piece is trying to take down Megacorp A by stealing their money, your reader is probably going to like your villain more than the hero who's trying to stop it. It is obviously wrong to steal, but your reader feels a sympathy with the villain rather than the hero. To give a sort of example, let's look at the movie Joker that came out a few years ago and its upcoming sequel. This will also get into the who do we identify.
I think also another thing is like a lot of heroes that are virtuous are written in such a manner as to feel very flat. I think like if he's not written carefully, Superman can be quite flat. But then part of me is wondering, is it that he's written flat, or is it because he's an archetype? And is it such a bad thing if either one of those characters are flat? The problem is if it is imbalanced. If both the main villain and the main hero are archetypes, then it works. But if one of them is more complex and nuanced, then it imbalances, and people will favor the more balanced character. This explains SJW protagonists. Yeah. Essentially, Sim, I think you're right. The problem with either SJW or even religious writing is that sometimes when they are pursuing a certain level of belief, it can impact how they write things, and the good people cannot in their mind cannot be seen doing certain things or saying certain things. So in pursuit of their beliefs and showing what they believe in, it actually on a fundamental level compromises the character. However, like I said, once again, I don't think there's anything wrong with having an archetypal character representing one thing or another. The problem is if what either the hero or the villain is more nuanced, it will skew attention one way over another way. Breaking down story mechanics is fun though. Yeah, I agree. There's some great stuff and some great disastrous portents. Ooh, do share, Shay. Do you have class early tomorrow? No, but I have 4 lessons in the evening between 5 and 9 o'clock in the evening. Back to back to back to back. Under things. That's a bad example because corporation can be a sense of evil where the good character happens to work in. You can also have a character that may seem flat but gain later on. Absolutely, Vic. No Labor Day for the Canadians? Yes, there is, Arm. Yep, there is. But I don't work for Canadians. I work for Chinese people who don't care about Canadian holidays. So I'm fucked. I can relate to that bitchy, self-absorbed, entitled character that does no work to get their rewards. Well, also you have to remember that I'll percolate on what I was going to say. Is not making caricatures of what your writers are representing. Yeah, that is a big issue. 4 lessons. Good luck. Yeah. It's going to start off really rough. It's going to move into something that's kind of rough. The no cap students, the rizzers. And then I'm going to go from the student that never does his homework to the students that are no cap to tryhards and keeners paired with a not tryhard or keener, and then a really nice chill ending class with a really much older student, which is nice. Characters that have multiple personalities come to mind. In Xenogear, the protagonist's outward persona is the most lacking, makes him seem flat and unable to communicate effectively. There are streaming platforms you can use to teach from. Make pre-recorded classes if you really... What? If you really like teaching? Oh, Epic. Bizarrely enough, I'm not really into teaching. I think it's a bit bizarrely enough. I do have a mansplaining mode, obviously. That's because I'm socially awkward. Actually, because my idea of teaching is so high, teaching stresses me out. And unfortunately, the work I work for, they record my classes live, and then the students can go back and rewatch them. It's just, so I'm not only just teaching, I'm also being recorded. It's a whole thing. Not as high as me, or not as low as you. But yeah, maybe one day if I become super famous, I will do a master class, and then I'll charge people lots of money just to hear me lecture and drone on. I do like lecturing. I'm not going to lie. Okay, Leo says that's a bad example because corporations can be the essence of evil where the good character happens to work in. Like, what are you talking about, Leo? Like Neo and what? I'm not sure. I thought you enjoyed it. No, Epic. I'm a reluctant teacher. I don't mind teaching adults, but teaching kids for me is a drain. Yeah, Party knows. Party makes fun of me because I get this teacher voice and I get so excited. All right, everyone, let's continue comparison. It's terrible, chat. It's like a stamina bar. I have a stamina bar, and socialization slowly. I don't know if anyone here has played No Man's Sky. But in No Man's Sky, you have a bio bar for your life and for your oxygen. And it steadily decreases over time. So you can imagine my social bar being kind of like that. But in No Man's Sky, if there's like a major storm, like an ice storm or firestorm or a nuclear radioactive storm or a lightning storm or whatever, if one of these mega weather systems crops up, your bio bar and your shield bar start shrinking more rapidly. So you can imagine the storm would be like a class and my social bar like shrinks more rapidly. Yeah. OMG, please stop. Do that for stream. I'm an introvert too. Yeah. So basically my social bar actually goes down when I'm teaching kids. When I'm talking with adults, it goes down slower, but when I'm with kids, it's like he said the villain is trying to destroy the corporation. I figure because the corporation itself is evil, therefore is evil. Oh. I think there might be various situations where things could work out a different way, but once again, it depends on the author in question. Okay, let's go back a bit.
And the hero who's trying to stop it. It is obviously wrong to steal, but your reader feels a sympathy with the villain rather than the hero. To give a sort of example, let's look at the movie Joker that came out a few years ago and its upcoming sequel. This will also get into the who do we identify with. In the first movie, Arthur is a forgotten man. He is kicked around, can't get a date, and is pushed down by everyone around him. He even has a weird laughing problem that puts people off. Then we watch his transformation into somebody who's had enough and is making the world's rejection of him the world's problem. And then around him rise the disaffected. The character and the movie really appealed to the group the mainstream likes to call incels, and it's small wonder why. They identify with Arthur. He's the put-upon man, finally taking what he wants, finally pushing back against a system that kept him down. Then the people who are making Joker 2 said, "We never wanted to appeal to this crowd, and by the way, Joker 2 will be a musical, and we're treating Harley Quinn as a second Joker." I'm paraphrasing here, but back to my point. Whether the first movie was trying to appeal to incels or not, a lot of them really identified with Arthur from the first Joker movie because he wasn't the villain. In this case, he would have been the hero. The system in the city that beat him up, robbed him, and rubbed his face in the dirt was the villain. And it's why so many people cheered when he led it into chaos. Now, from what I understand from what I've read, Arthur will basically be playing sidekick to the new Harley Quinn character, who's been stripped of everything she used to have except her name. I can see why this might be a problem regardless of who it appeals to. I say all that to say, if people like your villain, believe he's right, and identify with him, they're not going to see him as the villain, they're going to see him as the hero, and they're going to resent the hero you've brought in to bring him down. That said, some people...
Oh, so that would be like me with Monte Cristo. So people would be like, oh my gosh, this is a villain. And I'd be like, no! Or, hear me out, you just go, yeah, he is a villain, but I still like him. You know? Like, why can't people just own up to it and be like, yeah, I like a villain. Sue me. Sue me. I like him. What's the big deal? Right? It's like, what's his face? What's his face? Draco Malfoy became more popular than J.K. Rowling expected or wanted. So she kept trying to make him like more and more and more annoying and terrible. And the fangirls just kept liking him more and more. And frankly, honestly, and the same thing goes for low-key fangirls, It's like, as guys or as girls who might like a certain villainous character, I don't think we have to whitewash that character and be like, oh, he's not a villain. We could just be like, yeah, I relate to him a lot. I can see how he got there. I could see why he'd want to do this. Thanos is a villain and people love him. Yeah, I never liked Thanos. Like, I didn't dislike him. I actually thought he was meh to me. I actually could not get any hook into why Thanos... Yeah, anyway, I have a very unpopular opinion about Thanos. Thanos was, for me, very weak as a person. I just didn't care about him. He, as far as I was concerned, Thanos was a MacGuffin. A walking MacGuffin. The idea that he wanted 50% of the world gone was fascinating. That part was interesting. I was like, okay, why? Some situation out there was really bad. Something happened to him. I don't know what. Was his family killed? Did he just wake up one day? Did he fall on his head? Was he mining and a tool slipped out of someone's hand and it rammed into his head and now he has an axe lodged in his brain? What got him there? His planet killed itself off screen. Comics Thanos was a simp for hell. Wasn't Wooly, wasn't Thanos in love with death or something? Over resources. It was on screen though. When? If you like to socialize but get extremely tired out by it, does it make you an introvert or an extrovert? It makes you an extroverted feeler with probably extroverted sensing. Vic, in Myers-Briggs, you'd be an SF or an NF. I'm neither. I'm an NT. Warbreaker surprised me on what a villain could be. Maybe the protagonist doesn't know and then the villain tells them they're fighting or whatever. Once again, it depends on the execution, Leo. I did identify with Arthur. Was Joker an incel in that movie? I don't think so. I thought he was absolutely the villain. Yeah, but you could see how a lot of people who might feel like they're on the fringe of society might see him as like an icon. People crossing the streams, maybe. Arthur showed he wasn't a pure villain by sparing his coworker who was nice to him. Mikhail, the kind, did nothing wrong. I like the Count as well, but he's a baddie. Exactly. Yeah, he could be a villain. Absolutely. Thanos is a villain, and people, yeah. So I mean, people love Thanos. You're right, Jonathan. Absolutely. I'm just saying it's like I didn't like him. I didn't care about him. It's a mentally disturbed man who fell through the cracks. Never answered earlier what my favorite villains were. Xanatos and Demona from Gargoyles came to mind. Don't know those, Sim. Thanos' plan was moronic. Universe, not world. I like Ultron way more. Ultron makes more sense. Spader made his voice crazy hot. You also have a thing for robots, party, okay? Daddy Musty. Maybe my robotic infatuation started earlier. Oh, no. Really? His planet killed it. See, once again, Epic, I didn't see that. He could have created infinite. Thanos simped for Death, who was a big titty goth girl, so fair enough. Movie Thanos is a projection of environmental antinatalism. I think most people feel they're on the fringes of society, even if they aren't. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Willie, how can I say this, Epic? Because I can't remember that scene where his people are killing themselves means that it simply did not land. There are large swaths of that franchise I remember, and I hold on to those scenes in like super detail. I can close my eyes and see them. That was one scene that did not stick out. It clearly did not have any impact at all. We live in a society. I just think Thanos, for me, I understand why people liked him, because in many ways he summed up the summing up of a whole decade or whatever, right? He is the representation of this long buildup, and so of course everyone will like him. I just struggled to believe, and you redacted arm, but I saw it. Why didn't Thanos just snap in more resources? Vic, there are so many questions we could ask. And this is what I'm saying is like, yeah. But many people like Thanos. Many people like Thanos. And do you know how many girls like Bucky and Loki? Although technically they're kind of in a gray zone, but always winning. I'm going to start thinking about who is my favorite villain.
People want their villains to be somebody the audience can connect with. This is perfectly fine. Some of the most memorable villains are likable and relatable, and that brings us to our last point. Who do we identify with? One of the biggest things you need in your villain is to not be too relatable. In fact, one thing every good villain needs is a hero who is more justifiable to back. The hero must either be significantly more right, likable, or relatable than your villain. If your hero is insufferable, preachy, or constantly shames the reader, people are going to cheer for the villain. If you've never heard "the enemy of my enemy is my friend," well, it applies to reading too. You will have successfully turned the tables and made the villain the lesser of two evils because people relate on feelings. Using another recent example, and this is going to be purely from the chatter I've heard around the movie, because I have not seen this movie, I never intend to see this movie, and the fact that this movie exists just makes the world a slightly dimmer place. Ken from the Barbie movie. The story as I understand it is Ken is basically a second-class citizen in his homeland. It's so bad he doesn't even get to sleep indoors without the permission of a Barbie. Then he comes to the real world and learns that other men, for lack of a better word, don't live like that. They get to have their own homes, their own money, and get to make their own decisions. He then tries this back home and makes changes that allow the Kens status that they've never had before. He tries to codify this into law through an election until the Barbies rig the election by seducing the Kens on election day. Then Ken is returned to the miserable life he had before. I remember there was a lot of screeching about people sympathizing with Ken when he was supposed to be the enemy. The problem is, Ken was more right for wanting fair treatment, more likable as he was trying to overcome adversity, and more relatable as people generally don't like to side with a character who's trying to oppress the other side. Now, I've heard the explanation for this, that it was supposed to be some kind of mirror for society to look at itself through, or some other such thing. But honestly, I don't care about that. We're talking about the story. I care about what the story shows, and the story shows that the hero was the person who was in power and oppressing the villain, and at the end of the story, the villain is defeated through unfair tactics and is worse off than he was before. In other words, the story failed at setting up a proper hero-to-villain relationship. So lastly, I want to get into some examples of...
I don't know. I have not seen the Barbie movie, and I feel like I need to watch it, but just hearing this kind of a synopsis makes me feel gross inside. Was T. Alex Radcliffe's synopsis of Barbie correct? Is this actually what happens to Ken? Bucky. Oh my gosh. Well, Bucky also is part machine. He has a machine arm. So it's like best of both worlds. Who are these girls that like Loki? ? Oh, funny, Ben. Leo, also he was stronger than the Hulk, and that's super, super duper badass. Yeah. I suppose men's lizard brains was big Hulk. So cool. Thanos is a plot device, not a character. I agree, Shay. And I never understood when people were like, Thanos was such a cool villain. I was like, what? Nani? I know this sounds crazy, but I actually thought Count Zeno from Winter Soldier was more interesting. Am I broken in my head? Maybe. Thanos was written poorly. Oh, thank goodness. Herman Hunter has weighed in. Okay. Herman says, in fact, it's with movie Thanos where we start to see the decline of storytelling ability of Marvel scriptwriters. Agree. Originally, Thanos was in love with Lady Death and was trying to destroy the entire universe to impress her, which is why he was called the Mad Titan. Yeah, so when I was doing research for my Loki fanfiction, I leaned into that Thanos. And I leaned into the concept of him being in love with death. He was tangential to everything, but he had a very strong presence throughout the entire book. If I had written the next big book for it, I would have gone into how they deal with him. And Barbie even leaves after stopping Ken. I'm very suspicious of that synopsis. Shut up. Winter Soldier had a better script pound for pound than Infinity War. Yeah. Winter Soldier is one of those films you rewatch again and again and you find something strangely fascinating and new in it. Also, Civil War for me was very, very interesting also. I also liked Civil War. Civil War did what Batman versus Superman was scared to do. This Thanos hate, it doesn't bother me. I just want you all to know you're wrong, but proceed with peace. Hurts. Okay, epic. I actually like Thanos and Gamora. The relationship, messed up as it was, that was probably one of the better parts of Thanos. I wanted more of that. I wanted more of Thanos and Gamora, and how dare you forget Nebula, because Nebula is more robotic party than Gamora. So you just betrayed your robot kind. Go sit in the corner, Maud. No, you're not crazy. Lots of Pulverzarts I've seen prefer Zeno to Thanos, or any for that matter. Wasn't he from Civil War? Yeah, he might have been in Civil War. Who was what count was in Winter Soldier? Okay, wait 1 second here. I thought there was a count in Winter Soldier, but maybe there were 2 counts. Maybe there were 2 counts. Well, I guess the Winter Soldier is the villain in Winter Soldier, obviously. But I thought, like, the whole idea was, like, behind him was something else. Wasn't there, like, the thing in the TV or something? Hydra. Okay. Sitwell, a Hydra mole. Oh, Arnim Zola. That's what it is. I think that's preserved consciousness of Arnim Zola. Not to be confused with the Zemo, who was Sokovian. I like Zemo from Civil War. But also what was going on in Winter Soldier was also good because it was really about, speaking of a villain who doesn't really show up, that would be one example. What's your favorite villain in Naruto? Probably it would have to be Madara, right? Because Pain is technically due to the resurrection and his return of his consciousness. Like if we take in the full arc of a character, then Pain, that would be what's his face, Natsuko or whatever his name is, and Itachi are not villains. They're either anti-villains or anti-heroes. Itachi would be technically my favorite villain, but he's technically an anti-hero in my opinion. Like Obito, for example, changes his mind at the end. I think Obito is pretty interesting. He has a very human reason for being the way he is. But anyway, Nagato, yeah. I'll time myself out now, but Nebula is amazing, especially because Karen Gillan, I agree. Hydra Zemo was in Age of Ultron. Okay. Yeah, but he's also in Civil War. Villain was S.H.I.E.L.D. Oh, yeah, that's right, Ben. She doesn't have a dick. What do you think of Light from Death Note? He's an archetype, Karn. I think he's actually not that bad. And I like how he ends. He's probably what you would call a tragically flawed character. That one is almost Hamlet-esque. Death Note is very Hamlet-esque. It ends with the... So in Death Note, the protagonist is the villain. So that's where I think some people get messed up. But what I like about Death Note is that how he ends. But I stopped reading Death Note after L died. But on a theoretical, big picture, forest, like Wooly says, if we're looking at the forest, not the trees, I think the concept of Death Note is stellar. But some of the execution, how it was achieved, lacked. It sagged a bit. Winter Soldier, yeah. Zemo. Yeah, Party. Sorry, Party. Zola was in Winter Soldier. Yeah, I checked everyone. I checked chat. I went into Wikipedia and I looked. You might also say the scriptwriters destroyed the character of Thanos because they tried to make him relatable, once again damaging the character in the story. Well, I have no memory of him losing anything on the planet. Like, I had no memory of him losing a wife or a kid or a family. It was this general feeling of like, my world is fucked up, so I'm going to be misanthropic and I'm going to sit here and be like, brr. Like, it just didn't hit me. Like, there was no memory. Pain was very cringe. Well, I mean, Shonen is technically very cringe, Arm, because it's for like 10 to 16-year-olds. But for what he was trying to emblemize, I think Pain is just fine. Different Zemo in Civil War. Code Geass did it better. I miss L. Rip L. Yeah. Anyway, I'll keep thinking about who are my favorite villains.
The villains and why I think they fit this mold. And I'm going to give my first spoiler warning. If you haven't read the Mushoku Tensei light novels, there's a major spoiler ahead.
Spoiler, everyone, for something that I don't know or care about, but if you are somehow watching this, you are warned. Spoiler.
Maybe best to skip to the next timestamp.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Spoiler.
The Man God is my favorite recent villain, and his impact on the story is both profound and subtle to the people of the six-sided world. The Man God has an odd set of powers. If you were born to the six-sided world and not reborn in it, he can control you through your dreams. He can also see all the possible futures of the people whose dreams he appears in. The people he controls are called his acolytes, and will remain the Man God's acolytes until he moves on to a new person. He can also read the minds of anyone whose dreams he's appeared in, and he is possessed of a frightening level of knowledge. While this makes him sound ridiculously powerful, and he is, he has some major flaws. First, he doesn't exist physically in the six-sided world, rather in the space between where the worlds join. This means he lacks a physical presence to do the things he wants on his own. Second, his ability to see the future of people he controls means he never develops his ability to hypothesize about the actions of others. He is weakened because he is so used to seeing other people's probable futures that he doesn't even spare a thought for what they could be doing while he's not watching. His overwhelming abilities make him a true threat, but it also impacts his lateral thinking. Further, his motives are different. He's not trying to kill the main character, he's trying to stop the main character from meeting his wives and having children. Rudy not being originally from the six-sided world, he has some special traits that make him immune to the Man God's direct control, among other things, and these traits can be passed down genetically. So let's compare him on some of the items mentioned earlier. Is the Man God right? No. Mostly he's doing things for his own amusement or advantage. He is recently acting for his own survival, but again, that's a recent development, and mostly the Man God has been a hindrance to the six-sided world. Is he likable? In a manner of speaking, the Man God is charismatic and capable of manipulating others when he needs to. He often leads people to what they may see, at the time, as boons, though these are often downgrades from what they would have originally gotten. Is he relatable? This is a tougher question. On the one hand, the Man God is currently acting to survive the only threat to his existence that he knows. He is scared and is turning his efforts to eliminating that threat. On the other hand, he's a disembodied figure that controls people through their dreams, and that makes him feel rather monstrous. The things that he drives people to do and the pain that comes from it drive home how malicious he actually is. Does he have presence? While the Man God is not widely known to the people of the six-sided world, his influence is felt by Rudy and the reader both. He is an almost existential threat. Since he can control almost anyone and switch between people at any given time, there is no way of knowing if a person is actually being controlled by him. Since he knows so much about the main character and his weaknesses, he is a substantial threat. This isn't helped by the fact that there are several other enemies and threats that the main character Rudy must deal with. And it's also important to remember the Man God is a master manipulator who can see the freaking future. Moving on to our next example, and it's a little bit obscure. There's no need for a spoiler warning here. I want to talk about Yawgmoth from the Magic the Gathering novel series, starting at the first book, Artifacts. Now,
Pause. Arm retracted a message. What did you retract, Arm? You should just type it out and see what happens. Spoiler for something that none of us are ever going to see. Heart. Yeah. I used to be able to cosplay L, now just bolding. Yes. Keep saying. Mushuke is isekai. Good first arc. Absolute. I'm redeemable. Slop from the second arc onwards. I like trashy isekai, but this one sunk so low even I can't tolerate it. Wow, chat, we all know what is Wooly's one weakness. Wooly's one Achilles heel. I sat in the pose but was drinking beer since party. Is that slime or reincarnation, Wooly? Second arc was full of Rothfuss. I got cooked for liking Rings of Power. I retained my right to retract. Okay. You're still a bit sizzling. And once again, you should never be ashamed for liking something trashy, but just don't mistake it as being good. Look at what Wooly said. He just admitted it. I like trashy isekai. You could say, I like trashy Rings of Power, but just don't mistake. Yeah, Epic likes Last Jedi. Yeah, I read trashy novels of an evening. Now, you don't catch me telling you that they're great art. You don't catch me telling you that they're fantastic literature. Right? There's a difference between being cooked for saying Rings of Power is good and being cooked for liking Rings of Power. I like Linkin Park. Oh, is it terrible to like Linkin Park? Oh gosh. There's a YouTube video with proof she reads this stuff. I like your mom. Exactly. Admit your sins and anoint your foreheads for their cringe. Hybrid theory is goated. Yeah. So once again, Arm, never feel bad about liking Rings of Power. It's when you say things like, this is good. That's where I'm going to come for people. It's like my aunt and uncle. Okay. My aunt and uncle, they came out and they were like, we think 50 Shades of Grey is so meaningful and it's so beautiful and it's such a great story, top tier. And I'm like, what are you on about? Get out of here. Stop it. Just say, hey, we like this romance book. Don't come and tell me that it's good. Like, I'm a literature major. I've been trained-ish. I've had lots of experience. Reading good stuff. I know what is good stuff and what is bad stuff. 50 Shades of Grey is bad. But that doesn't mean you can't enjoy it. Nobody should be running after you scolding for enjoying it. The problem is when you're not careful with your words and you say things like it's fine or it's good when certain depictions aren't fine or when it is not good. There's a YouTube video. Yeah, absolutely. Although I will say Dragon's Bride made me cringe a lot. Like, I was cringing hard. It was not fun to read that. Exactly. Look, I look similar to that remark. I would not call them good music. Not liking Linkin Park is a crime. I wish Stephen King fans thought like you, but they elevate him to the level of Tolstoy. It's ridiculous. I don't get it. Just say, I like stuff that might be bad. Just allow it. I think this desire to rush around and tell people something is good or bad is a way for us to validate ourselves through other people. It's really terrible. You don't have to you don't have to evaluate something all the time. We can discern that something is not great and then just enjoy it. Just be like, yeah, I like it. So I hope Arm understands the difference when we're cooking you, we're cooking you for saying that it was okay to depict it. We're not cooking you for liking it. Although obviously we'll probably joke a bit. But we joke a bit at Epic's expense. And I definitely joke at myself all the time. Let's all be real here.
Before you rush out to buy books that are nearly 30 years old, or clicking off the video because I mentioned what sounds...
So anyone wants to read this, spoiler alert for this obscure thing that, who knows?
Sounds like a movie tie-in game. Hear me out. Yawgmoth is actually a fairly interesting villain. Before he became an eldritch horror stuck in the middle of his own plane of techno-necromancy, he was a regular human. A healer, in fact. He was called to a kingdom that was suffering from an odd sickness which turned out to be caused by the stones they were using to power their civilization. With the help of a planeswalker, a kind of demigod wizard, that's not entirely accurate, but it's the best you're going to get in such a short video, Yawgmoth is introduced to the demi-plane of Phyrexia. It's a beautiful place that Yawgmoth uses in his experiments to cure the population of the city. Well, Yawgmoth, as it turns out, is actually a monster. Several other cities and peoples want him for crimes he's committed against them. Medical experiments and the like. It's really awful stuff. The important people of the city who might have been able to stop him find this out a bit too late. Yawgmoth has already transferred many of his patients to his new home plane and cured them. And by cured them, I mean turned them into abominable monsters that feel no pain and serve only Yawgmoth. In his first story, Yawgmoth is thwarted. He's trapped with most of his creations in his demiplane when the magical equivalent of a nuke is used on the city. We pick up with him again in the Brothers' War, a few hundred or thousand years later, I can't quite remember. Now, Yawgmoth has become a de facto eldritch god. He lives in the center of the dark smoky hell he's created. He sends out his minions to corrupt any world their literal oil-covered metal claws can touch. As the stories progress, he goes on to not only be the biggest monster in a world filled with some truly terrifying beings, but a horror all his own. As for the metrics I established earlier, is he likable? Kind of. In the first book, he's certainly charismatic. It's easy to get caught up in his rush to cure the population and explore his new possibilities. Is he evil? Absolutely. Yawgmoth is like that old school evil. He's not merely the opposite of good, he is the corruption of good. His influence is a taint on existence, and it's as pervasive as the oils of his home plane. He will gladly corrupt, dissect, and repurpose any life he can. He will destroy civilizations to advance his goal. This is not something he'll do when diplomacy fails. This is his preferred method of acquisition. Is he relatable? A little, when he was human. Later, he's just this monstrous threat that exists outside our own realms. He wants nothing more than to pull everything he can get into his dark smoke-stained world of death, rebirth, and corruption. Is his presence felt? Yawgmoth is the major villain for almost 2/3 of Magic's history, I think. He was eventually killed, but it took great sacrifice, and basically, though it didn't happen exactly at the same time, kind of led to the reset of the entire universe. Well, multiverse. It's difficult to explain. At least this as far as I can remember in the stories. It's been a while since I've read any Magic the Gathering books. Some of them were pretty good, like the first two, and some of them are... well, let's just say you can't expect much from a book that's given out for free with a deck of cards. Lastly, I feel like I should mention a villain that's a bit more mainstream. As loathed as I am to reach into the Harry Potter bag, Voldemort is a good example of what I'm talking about. For a character that appears as little as he does in the series, his presence is felt throughout the story. His legacy is so terrible, people literally call him He Who Shall Not Be Named. This is admittedly a little heavy-handed, but it does work to set the tone. We further feel his presence in the scar Harry carries, in the lost loved ones of people who surround the main character, and in the things that tie the main character to him. Voldemort is so entrenched in the story that even histories older than himself are reminders of his existence, as we see in the second book with the Chamber of Secrets. Some of this is a bit ham-fisted. Nearly every terrible thing in the story is related back to Voldemort in one way or another, leading to a bit of oversaturation. This also has the problem of bringing things down to simple good and evil, with Voldemort being the avatar of all that is evil.
He's not wrong. And remember, J.K. Rowling was just getting her writing feet under her. But given that her writing at the stage skewed for early teens, kids, teens, young adults, I actually think this is par for course. It's kind of a lot like shonen or shoujo, where things are much more simplistic. I actually don't like, if we were to to criticize Harry Potter on the basis of it being a kid's novel, then I think Voldemort is doing a great job. Like, I think if we're looking at Harry Potter as being a part of children's literature or teen literature, not young adult, teen literature, then I think how he was explored in the books makes sense. Now, of course, from an adult perspective, there's jank, sure. But I think for younger audiences, it works. And it might be one of the reasons why her editors and her publishers pushed her into selling Harry Potter as children's literature when she initially thought it would be for older audiences. Harry Potter is for children. Let's not kid ourselves. It's okay. All right. Best shoujo. Basilisk freaked me out the most, not gonna lie. Basilisk was pretty scary, yeah. Harry Potter was a fantastic children's novel, but as a light adult series, they were mid. Exactly, epic. Yeah. Yeah, and so once again, I actually think that she thought she was writing something more adult, and her publishers were like, nah, we're going to sell it as kids' literature and make bank. Guess what happened? She made bank because it works for kids. For TX Ratcliffe, for us adults, we can look back and go, oh yeah, that's mid. But for kids' literature, it works just fine.
But that's okay, as I will remind you number of secrets. Some of this is a bit ham-fisted. Nearly every terrible thing in the story is related back to Voldemort in one way or another, leading to a bit of oversaturation. This also has the problem of bringing things down to simple good and evil, with Voldemort being the avatar of all that is evil. But that's okay, as I will remind you, this is a children's book series and doesn't need to be over difficult.
Oh my gosh, he agreed with me. Holy shit, my life is now validated. I'm not going to have to lie down and question myself. Strummer has been validated by other YouTuber.
So let's subject him to the other criteria. Is he effective? I'd say so. He is definitely threatening in a way that makes sense in the world. He's not overwhelming or mismatched with the hero of the books. Is he present? As I spent a lot of time explaining before, yes, over much at times. Is he a good foil for Harry? Kind of. Honestly, this felt more of a good and evil story than anything else. Harry and Voldemort aren't exactly opposites. A good portion of the book focuses on their similarities, but also makes a big deal about their choices being what makes them different. And that can be all the difference you need. It's actually a neat little way to compare a hero and a villain. Is Voldemort likable? As a person, no. I personally found him a little too quick to anger and a little too murder-happy for the mastermind I was expecting. Is he evil? By my definition, yes. Cartoonishly so. Is he relatable? Kind of. More in the, I can understand why he is like he is, even if I wouldn't condone it. So what can we take from this, aside from my rambling about evil characters I enjoyed? Well, that's just it. What makes an evil character enjoyable to you? Even if they're not quite evil. Granted, the subject of making a good villain isn't a science. If it were, this video would have been much easier to make, but humans would have been tragically more dull. Hopefully, however, you've gained some ideas in where to start, or, if you like, what to ignore. Good luck, everyone.
Oh, wow. Okay. We got through another video, but I'm going to now think. I'd like chat to think about, okay? Think about maybe their top 3, top 4, top 5 villains. what are their top villains? I'd like to say that, by the way, we came up with a lot. And in fact, we came up with other things that I think he left out, that I think corruption of a cardinal virtue would go under maybe presence, maybe. And smart would probably also go under presence because it would be like a trait. Levity, once again, archetypally powerful is not believable context, and tragic and noble henchman. So we came up with some that he didn't even have in his list. Big Brother was a good villain. Okay, so I'm going to think about villains that I really like. So, 4 villains that I really liked. So for archetypal villains, I really like Sauron. As a kid, when I was reading Lord of the Rings for the first time, I was freaked out because it felt like his eyes were everywhere with the Black Riders. I just thought it was such a powerful image, and I just remembered not being able to sleep for days on end, and that's when my parents had to intervene. Another archetypal villain would be Vader, Darth Vader. I know some people might view him as an anti-hero, but I think he's very archetypal. He's Dark Father, literally. What about modern heroes? Let's say a contested villain would be Loki, for sure. And Darth Vader. They're kind of like contested. Modern villains. Oh, what's her face from Fruits Basket Party? What's her face from Fruits Basket? The bad chick. Began with an A. Hooks up. Oh, how am I? Aikido. Yeah, Aikido. Modern villain would be Emmett Selk. I like him. Yeah. Emperor. Yeah. That's pretty flat. That would be black-white. That would be very cosmological. As Shara from WoW. Kane from Legacy. Regule. Boba Fett, if Boba Fett counts as a villain. Oh, Boba Fett was kind of cool. Yeah. Davy Jones. Oh, where would I put Davy Jones? He's kind of archetypal, isn't he? Kingpin from Daredevil. He was actually more archetypal, bizarrely enough. I felt like he was more of a force than anything else. These are just like forces. Anakin is anti-hero. Vader is not. Yeah. Bane. Bane would be a force, wouldn't he? He's just like a force of power. The homunculus from FMA. Oh my lord, FMA Brotherhood. That he is definitely homunculus. He is definitely archetypal. Caesar from New Vegas. I don't know that one. Count Hisoka. Ooh, Hisoka is also, I think, a force. Like, he's just evil, right? Like, do they go... I don't know much lore on Hisoka. Do they go into why he is the way he is? Gollum. Gollum is actually more modern, bizarrely enough, I think. Macbeth. Is he a villain? Technically, yes. And he is a modern villain. Conviction and competence. One will be. Kingpin, Homelander. Kingpin was amazing. Scar. Is actually getting a redemption prequel with the next Lion King movie. Spike. Spike is modern. Definitely. But I would put him under contested. He has some ups and downs in there. Should I put Emmett in contested? Definitely a villain with motives. Okay. I blanked out a lot of the Bane stuff because I thought it was kind of boring, not gonna lie. Joker. We should put Joker in there. I think that's pretty strong. I'm predisposed. Yeah, Zeno is archetypal, though, in my opinion. He's pretty archetypal. Zeno literally represents the dark side of the player, not even Warrior of Light. Like, I think Zeno actually breaks the fourth wall. When he asks, this is what you want, is it not? He's breaking a fourth wall. I think he represents the actual self of you, of me. Xenos. Zemo from Civil War is modern. He's upset because his family were killed. I actually liked him a lot. Bizarrely enough. Joel? Is Joel a villain? In Last of Us 2, he is. In Last of Us 1, he had a redemption arc. Okay. Let's pull back here. Let's pull back here. Okay, setting aside Joel was villains to lots of people. Like, to Garlemald, the Warrior of Light might be considered a villain. That doesn't make us a villain. What other people thought about Joel in the book does not matter. It's about what we think. I thought he was a villain in both games. I thought he was a person on a redemption arc because Ellie was changing him. Okay, wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Bad man becoming good has to make difficult choices that end some innocent people's lives in order to protect another person. In lore, perception matters for what makes a villain. That feels wrong from that feels wrong to me, Epic. The MSQ already did that? When? When did the perception of a villain trump our perception of a villain? Epic, you're literally not making logical sense. You're breaking my brains here, my man. By your argument, you could argue that Gandalf is a villain. Because some people in Middle-earth view Gandalf as a complete villain in their life. That does not make him a villain as a story element. We're talking about story elements that are meta. No. Epic, we're not crossing the streams here. We can't cross the streams here. We're talking about story elements, as in story writing blocks. We're talking about morality. Yeah, maybe he is. That's why I'm asking Epic. I'm not saying that Joel isn't a villain. I'm asking, how is he a villain? Because almost all of the discussions I've had about Joel in the first film was that he was a bad person who was being changed by Ellie. And then at the end, in order to save Ellie, he had to make a very difficult choice in order to save the person that he had committed himself to save. I'm like, I have never played the movie, like the video game. Isn't that what happened? The Last of Us Part 1. We're not looking at Part 2 because Part 2, I know enough about Part 2 to know that it's complete shambles. We're looking at Part 1. Okay, let's take a look at this plot here. Okay. Where is it? Is a remake, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Plot. Okay, in 2013, a outbreak of ravages in the suburbs. Joel flees the chaos with his brother and daughter. As they flee, Sarah is shot by a soldier and dies in Joel's arms. Very sad. Okay. 20 years later, civilization has been decimated in infection. Okay, they hunt down Robert. Is infected. Okay, with the help of Bill, the ally with 2 brothers, Sam is bitten. Okay. In the fall, Joel and Ellie find Tom. Okay, blah, blah, blah. They find the university abandoned. During the winter, Ellie and Joel shelter in the mountains. Joel's on the brink of death and relies on Ellie to care for him. After David reveals the university bandits were part of this group, Ellie becomes hostile. She leads David's group away from Joel, but is captured. Ellie escapes after killing James, but David corners her in a burning restaurant. Meanwhile, Joel recovers from his wounds, sets out to find Ellie. Wow, it seems like Ellie's killing a lot of people too. In the spring, Joe and Ellie arrive in Salt Lake City. Ellie is rendered unconscious after almost drowning before they're captured by a Firefly patrol. In the hospital, Marlene tells Joe that Ellie is being prepared for surgery. Unwilling to let Ellie die, Joel battles his way to the operating room and kills the lead surgeons. Joel carries unconscious Ellie to the parking garage, whom he shoots dead to prevent the Fireflies from pursuing them. The drive out of the city, when Joel wakes up, Joel lies and tells the Fireflies have found other immune people, but having stopped trying. She expresses survivor's guilt. At her insistence, Joel swears his story about Fireflies is true. He's an anti-villain or an anti-hero, somewhere in the middle. All I'm going to say is, when I talk about villains and heroes, or protagonists and antagonists, I'm speaking of story elements that are determined outside. There is some weight given to how generally the large portion of the population views it. Generally speaking, I would say the 2 main characters appear to be Joel and Ellie. And from Ellie's point of view, Joel is a hero, or at least a very complicated anti-hero. In the terms of Joel's point of view, Ellie is a hero, or a very complicated hero. We are being encouraged to sympathize with these 2. Are they heroic or moral? No. But are they villains? No. They're not acting within that story framework as a villain. Are they amoral? Yes. Are they amoral antagonists? Absolutely. In fact, I would argue that The Last of Us, being a modern storyteller, being a modern story, there are no heroes and there are no villains in The Last of Us. Now, this is where I actually had an argument with one of my fans on my Loki thing. As unbelievable as it may seem, there are some stories that only have antagonists and protagonists. Not all stories have heroes and villains. This is a case where there's neither. There's neither a hero nor a villain. There's only the antagonists and the protagonists. And the crime that a lot of people struggle with, I guess, because of not understanding this, is they got attached to the protagonists in part 1. And when part 2 rolled around and switched the protagonist-antagonist role, people couldn't cope with it. Also because it was heavy-handed and preachy. I think Joel is a villainous Papa Bear. He is a very amoral character. There is no doubt about it. But Ellie is also amoral. But to say that they are villains simply because they're behaving amorally is not entirely correct. Because if we look at villains and heroes as being constructs within a story, how people might view something, how people might view the character is only a little bit weighted in this. In this. He doesn't gaslight her in the end. He's gaslighting her not for his loneliness. He's gaslighting her because he doesn't want her to feel guilty. Yeah, but he's not gaslighting her because he's evil. He's gaslighting her because he thinks this is the right thing to do. Because he cares about her. The motivation here is not malicious. It's still gaslighting. It's still amoral. But the motivation may be epic. But if we go by this here, he's not gaslighting her in order to be not lonely. He's gaslighting her because he cares about how she feels. Pull out of the rabbit hole. Okay, Wooly. All right, so let's just pull out of the rabbit hole as per Wooly suggests. When we're talking about villains and heroes, I am not going to be thinking overly much about how people view it. If you come to me and tell me and say that Gandalf is a villain because some orcs and goblins and Balrogs fear him and fear what he can do to them, I think you fundamentally don't understand how literature analysis works. You have logic, but the logic is going in a weird direction. And it leads to relativism and a complete misunderstanding of situations. It can also lead to skewing of canon. So we got to be careful here. Number 2 observation that I feel like I need to make is that not all stories have heroes and villains. And this is a very, very important a distinction to make. Okay. It is very, very easy for a lot of people to rush in and talk about heroes and villains. It definitely works for superheroes stories, some fantasy stories and sci-fi stories, but there are quite a lot of stories that don't actually rely on the concept of villainy or heroism. And the reason is because a lot of stuff is more related to morality or simply point of view, where both sides are amoral, both sides are misinformed. It's simply a case of protagonist, antagonist. Maybe you're right. So if the messed up situation they're in makes the protagonist make amoral decisions, but everyone else as well, then they aren't the villains or heroes. Is that right? That's the whole point of Last of Us. The whole point of Last of Us and a lot of modern storytelling, like, for example, Hamlet and Macbeth, is the point of those stories is that they aren't technically villains or heroes. They're only people who are trying to make the best decision. For me, the issue with Last of Us Part 2 had nothing whatsoever to do with the point that was being made in that video game. And I watched people playing through it, so I know about Last of Us Part 2. The problem with Last of Us Part 2 was the preachiness and the presentation, not the concept. I'll let people who played Last of Us Part 1 duke it out. But frankly, my feeling from the whole game is that there are no heroes and villains. That's the point of a modern story. And that's why people actually don't like modern stories at the end of the day. Because at the end of the day, people want to feel justified. They want to be able to say, oh, I was the villain, or I was not the villain, or I was the hero, or I was not the hero. And the point, the whole lesson of Xenos, in fact, is suggesting that we hold within ourselves the capacity for being both. I'm fine with playing a villain for the sake of storytelling. Yeah, so am I, Epic, absolutely. For the sake of storytelling, it can be very good to be a villain. But not all stories have villainry. In fact, in some cases, our obsession about being a villain is just as unhealthy as our obsession with being considered a heroic person. Do you remember how I talked about how the way people talk about the Warrior of Light is really weird? They think the Warrior of Light is like this person who can do no wrong. And they conveniently forget what happened in things like the Copper Bell mines. Right? So there is an aspect where we just simply waltzed in for money, for clout, and just kind of dealt with the situation in a very violent manner. And there's no whitewashing it. Not having heroes or villains in your story is always moral relativism. I don't necessarily think so, Leo. I think it's a modern way of experiencing human reality. Remember, moral relativism for me, when it comes to literature, moral relativism is when the author is directly telling you that morals don't matter or morals can change. It's like obvious preachiness in the writing. Moral relativism comes into play when people sit and analyze a passage and then come away applying it to themselves and saying, oh, well, Count of Monte Cristo, had this whole vengeance scheme against the people who did him wrong. So, it's totally fine if I do it. Right? So the problem is when people seek to find validation about their IRL circumstances in books through characters. That is where moral relativism can come in when it comes to modern storytelling. So remember, there's two kinds of storytelling. There's mythological, which has clear good and evil, which has clear heroes and villains. And then there's modern storytelling where nothing is clear because everyone is a hero and everyone is a villain. There is no hero or villain. There's only perspective. There's only antagonists and protagonists. So if you have your head screwed on straight, you won't mistake someone having a downward spiral in their story as being indicative that it's okay for you to go out and behave that way. We killed a race of people that just wanted to escape slavery, basically. So anyway, I had a discussion with a fan fiction person and one of my fan fiction fans, and we went at it for a couple weeks. It was exhausting, but basically this person kept trying to validate Loki because they couldn't fangirl over him if they were not somehow able to morally justify his actions IRL. That dungeon was a bit odd. It's kind of what I really like about it, Epic, is that the Warrior of Light, what a lot of people don't remember is that the Warrior of Light is not Azim at the beginning. Like, the Warrior of Light is Azim, but there is no memory, right? The Warrior of Light, like everyone else, has a hole in their memory. The Warrior of Light has no memory of their previous life. The Warrior of Light does not remember that they are a hero. They act like a hero for the most part, but they're just trying to get by at the beginning. In fact, if you recall, a lot of the beginning dungeons are really you rushing in and just, just killing everything in sight because you're just there for the money. How did they justify it? They don't. They don't. Over time, your character, so then there's like a turning point where your character finds a woman in a marketplace who is being attacked, and she is basically being accused of stealing, and that she's going to have to pay for the things she supposedly stole with her body. And she cries out for a hero, and you step in to save her. And because of this, you are scouted by one of the scions, and they recruit you in as their muscle. And from that point onward, you're fairly on the straight and narrow. From that point onward, you go upward, morally speaking. And by the time you hit Shadowbringers, you are revealed to be Azim. The miners were being killed by the slaves. Also, they were enslaved 100 years ago. Their enslavers are long dead. Yeah, but was the answer to just go in there and kill everybody? It's a little iffy. It's a little iffy. Let's all be real here. It's a little iffy. In the same way, by the end of Endwalker, we start realizing that how we've been handling the tribes there was problems. We became implicated in the issues that surrounded the tribe issues. Now, once again, I think the Warrior of Light grows into their name, and they move away from that. When the tribes join, the whole point of the impact of the tribes joining the alliance is it's a visible sign of the effort we have taken to heal old wounds. Like, Warrior of Light has been on a journey toward Azim, toward remembering the past. The whole thing about joining, like the whole conversation with Hythlodaeus, isn't crazy amazing because it's like, oh my gosh, you're him, you share the same souls. The whole point of that whole section, the reason why it is thematically and archetypally important is because we are literally reclaiming who we were, which is a good-hearted, kind of careless adventurer. So we'll always be a wild thistle blowing around, but we are slowly regaining our ability to care for people. And I think a lot of people forget that about the Warrior of Light. Yeah. And I think when Xenos calls us out at the end, that's what it touches on. Ulda has a habit of instigating beast tribes. Hey, we weren't the cause of the problems, Arm. 100%. We were simply the muscle. We're literally mercenaries who are like, do we get Gil? Do we get Gil? Do we get a new piece of gear? Can I get like a cool fight? Is this going to be a solo duty? Ooh, this is a raid. Oh, this is fun. That's what Xenos calls out when he calls us out at the end. He's like, you're not actually playing this game to, you know, just be a hero. You're also playing this game because the gameplay is fun. The first 3 dungeons were before joining the Scions. Yeah, that's my point, Ben. Yeah. We were literally shit on by everybody. Like, you replay the opening for Limsa, and we're like 1 step away from being thrown in jail. We're like practically homeless at one point. Like, when do we get access to an in-room? Level 10? Totally playing this game for wholesome reasons. Yeah. Yeah. It's a definite hot topic. It does make me realize that maybe it's worth me making a video talking about the difference between protagonist, antagonist, and villains and heroes, and how some stories that are extremely modern and bleak, usually dystopian, never have heroes and villains. Dystopians, I hate Hunger Games. I never read the books. I only watched one film. But my takeaway from that book series and from what people read, from what I read in the summaries, from the one film that I saw, in that story, there's no true hero. There are some more villainous people, but the heroes end up being party to a lot of douchery, and they have to live with themselves at the end. And it's not easy. They never have a true happy ending, because ultimately the heroes are simply antagonists. They're not actually heroes. Please do that video. Okay, I'll go. I'll open up my notepad. Add a page. I decided to use OneNote because my notepad situation was getting about as bad as my internet tab situation. So on the difference between well, it's going to be finished. Yeah, I'll end soon. I think we had a very bracing discussion, but it has left me with a lot of food for thought. One thing that Mark Felton's video about Nazi princesses reminded me is that in the eyes of many families and many Germans and Austrians, the Nazis were heroes. However, just because the Germans and the Austrians thought that the Nazis were heroes doesn't mean that they were actually heroes. There's a difference between subjective perception and objective reality. And we can sit all day and logically argue that Hitler was a hero because he was a hero to the Austrians and Germans. But on an objective spectrum, we can't say that. So yeah, I'm very, very wary of making sure we don't cross the streams, for sure. And when we talk about literature, how do we talk about it? So I will do my best to present a video on the topic in a fair and reasonable manner with examples that I know for certain that I have experienced. Probably one of the most interesting cases would be the case study of Hermes from Endwalker. Not many people consider Hermes to be a particularly easy character to come to grips with. I think there's a lot of misunderstandings surrounding Hermes. And I think Hermes, even Ishikawa admitted that Hermes wasn't as effective in some ways because he didn't have the charisma that Emmett Selk had. And I think this just goes to show that a lot of people who consume media are extremely simple, and they react best to charisma and likability. Whereas personally, I do appreciate more difficult, complex people who are hidden or obscured. Emmett was very fine, very, very fine, well-built, well-paced character. But there's something about Hermes that is equally instructive and worth analyzing. Yeah. The voice actor elevated it? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. He was very charismatic. The more I learn about Hitler, the more I think he was kind of a jerk. Yeah. That's an understatement. That's an understatement. So maybe after this, having taken into account everyone's discussion, I think it's going to be very hard for me to go to sleep. Arm and Epic and Ben and Leo and Wooly. How am I going to go to sleep after everyone talking like this? I'm going to be in some kind of like mental loop. Better read some amoral garbage. Oh, Sim in there for the save. You know what, Sim? I'll do one better. I will pre-mark my homework before going to bed, so then I can play with Party in Final Fantasy XIV tomorrow. I'm sorry to be a party pooper. I love my sweet, sweet party pooper. Yeah. Once again, I want to reiterate for people I've disagreed with tonight. I am extremely disinterested in people calling each other names. And I don't want to... How can I say this? I have someone in my life who has repeatedly told me that video games are trash and a waste of time. And on some level, they are correct. And on some level, they are incorrect. And I have long since learned that you cannot live your life by someone devaluing what you enjoy. Just enjoy it. But at the same point in time, don't cross the streams. Don't get it twisted. I'm glad that we're all coming out of this all right. Living is a waste of time. Leo, I've never questioned the concept of living, but sometimes it can be hard to accept that you have to wake up tomorrow and do some work on a holiday that everyone else is enjoying. So what I'm going to do, everyone, is I'm going to actually end a little early tonight. I know this is early for me. I'm going to go and do a little bit of homework checking and prepping for tomorrow. I will be playing Final Fantasy XIV tomorrow. So if you're in game and you want to come hang out in Kraken, Party and I will actually maybe be doing the Rising event and maybe finally doing the Endwalker quest, the final Endwalker quest. I ended up agreeing though. Leo won over by my fence sitting. I didn't pay attention to when events are ending. You know, the good thing is, Sim, is that number one, the events come back regularly. And when those events come back regularly, the special rewards that you could have gotten for free will often be in the shop for sale. So if there's something that you absolutely love. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, no. Having just said that, hold me, chat. Is it here? I'm so worried. I don't think it's here. Oh, fuck me. Damn it. Oh, it is. Oh, I gotta think about it. Oh, should I wait till next year? So this is my problem. The party's going to start laughing at me. But I may have forgotten to do last year's Rising on Nico. So Nico is missing an all-important mount. And I'm sure Party is laughing. Rising lasts to September 11th. I think I'll drink some coffee and do more G poses. Ooh. Good luck out there, Epic. You missed the Moonfire Fair, which had a cool emote. If you come on as Blueberry, we'll hit you with the emote. You'll like it. Party, I told you already. I forgot to get it last year on Nico, but it's on Chieko because I ran it with Chieko and I forgot that I hadn't run it with Nico. Remember? I was in denial for like 2 whole hours. I kept like rechecking my mount dialogue box because I couldn't get over the fact that I hadn't done it on Nico. Party forgot that I forgot. Yeah. Oh my gosh, epic. There is that one photo that you shared that I might be hand drawing out because it's really good. I'm in from the barn finally. One of the lambs got out somehow and hung out with my largest mare. He wouldn't come to me. I had to wait until sundown to catch him, little stinker. Whoa, Marley's like living some best life out on the farm. I remember you searching for it now. Do you remember I was in denial for like at least half an hour and I kept like talking about it on and off for like a whole hour and a half after that? Like I was gutted. So I might shell out for this one. I can't help it. If Nico is stricken, if Nico doesn't get this mount. So anyway, I'll think about it. It's not the end of the world, technically. Probably should go on sale. I think next year it would go on sale. I think. But this year it doesn't go on sale. It's just landing in at $12 USD. Yeah. There is a sale right now on, but it's for older rising stuff. Brokeback Mountain situation going on there. Oh, Leo. You don't even know. Anyhow, I'm going to end it here. Once again, I'd like to thank everyone for coming today and listening to me, even though I was clearly like not on all thrusters. But I shall make it up with a video soon. And I'm going to go and do a little bit of work and basically emphasis on the broke. And yeah, get some lesson prep done and everything. And if you are chillaxing, I might, before my 4 classes tomorrow night, I might be on 14. So we'll see. Okay, let's end it here. Thanks again for everyone coming. I'll see you all on Wednesday when I stream more Dawn Trail. So exciting. Can't wait. See you then.